good to go when you are, please.
Senator Rafferty, we are live.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I have the honor of serving as a Senate Chair of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, and I represent Senate District 34. Before we begin our work today, I want to take a moment to thank all of you for the hard work so far this session. Serving in the Maine legislature and on this committee can be extremely demanding and very time-consuming. While we may disagree on certain policy areas, I believe every member of this committee is deeply committed to serving their constituents and working in good faith to confront the issues that come before us. That being said, as we approach the halfway point of the legislative session, presiding officers have asked committee chairs to take a minute to remind both legislators and public participants that maintaining decorum is vital to ensuring we can complete our work in an orderly and efficient manner. It is also important to upholding the integrity of this committee. If you need a refresher, the rules of procedure in committee are the same as the rules of procedure in both the Senate and House under the joint rules. In addition, the Maine Legislative Code of Ethics charges each legislature with civility and responsible conduct both inside and outside the State House. Here is how this translates to our committee work. Committee members are required to show respect at all times for witnesses and for other committee members. All discussions must be conducted in a manner that is not disruptive. Any impugning of motives of another committee member is prohibited. Engaging in the discussion of personalities of other members is prohibited. A committee chair has the power to limit testimony at public hearings as necessary for the orderly conduct of the hearing, and members shall refrain from interrogation that is argumentative, oppressive, repetitive, or unnecessarily embarrassing to hearing participants. In an effort to maintain order and decorum, all questions must be addressed with the chair. All speakers must be recognized by the chair. Questions related to order are decided by the chair, subject to appeal by the committee. If a participant violates the rules of order and decorum, the chair can take action to limit the ability of that participant to continue disrupting a meeting or public hearing. Republican, Democrat, Independent, or unenrolled, every single person who appears before this committee deserves respect, as do our esteemed colleagues who serve on the committee. I want to thank each of you for your efforts in helping us meet our duty of civility outlined in the Legislative Code of Ethics and demanded by our constituents. Thank you very much for your time and understanding on that. Today there are two work sessions. The first is LD 1924. The second is LD 1933. Prior to opening those work sessions, I'd like to give committee members an opportunity to introduce themselves this morning, and I would start with our House Chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Hartsville, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell.
Thank you. Senator Woodsum.
Good morning. Thank you. Dave Woodsum, District 33 in York County.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, which is Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, excuse me, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't tell you how glad I am to be here and on time. I'm David McCray from Central Louis County. I live in Fort Fairfield, coming to you from my home, representing District 148. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. Representative Millet?
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Millet. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach?
Morning, sorry, didn't hit the mute right. Tim Roach reporting from District 7 Wells on a sunny, well, almost sunny, warm day.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury?
Good morning. I am Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Heidi Sampson. I represent the people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you very much. And Representative Stearns?
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which is located in Piscataquis County.
Thank you all very much. And just to give folks in our audience a heads up, it is possible that periodically a legislator may have to leave to work in another committee in addition to our assignment in Education and Cultural Affairs. With us this morning, we'll also be assisted greatly by our committee clerk, Eli Murphy. Good morning, Eli. And also our analyst, Hillary Risler. Hillary, you'll hear from a lot this morning as we go through bills, and she does the work for us as our analyst in terms of going through the rules and regs and the impact that various bills have. That being said, folks, I'd like to open this morning's work session on LD 1924. And I am actually going to ask Ms. Risler if she would review that for us. Thank you, Hillary.
Sure, thank you very much and good morning, everyone. I will start by pulling up the bill analysis for LD 1924. This is an act to expand access to justice in rural Maine through legal education. And this bill requires that the University of Maine system establish a satellite clinic of the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic of the University of Maine School of Law in Aroostook County as a 3-year pilot project. And the bill provides funding of $340,000 for the first year of the 3-year pilot project. At the public hearing, the committee heard testimony from proponents of the bill, testified that access to legal representation in rural Maine is in crisis, that there are too few attorneys practicing in rural parts of the state, and that many of those who are practicing are near or past retirement age. The bill seeks to address this inequity by increasing access to legal counsel in rural parts of the state and building a pipeline for the future. That the funding provided in the bill will pay for the oversight, administration, and student stipends at the satellite clinic, and that the idea is to establish a satellite clinic in Fort Kent. Additionally, that the proposal is in line with the 2019 report of the Committee to Advise on the Future Direction of the Law School, and that the pilot project will provide students invaluable hands-on experience and provide urgent help to those in need of legal services in rural Maine. You did not hear any testimony in opposition or neither for nor against. I just provided some very, very brief additional information for you, which includes a link to the current Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic for anyone who is interested in more of the work that they're doing. Additionally, I sent out a spreadsheet provided by Sam Warren at the University of Maine system. This was in response to Representative Stern's question, which was mostly answered by the student at the public hearing, but provides some additional information on where the clients who are currently served by the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic live and the courts that they are served in as well. I do know at least one person had some trouble opening that Excel spreadsheet, so I had sent it out this morning as a PDF. If anyone else needs that PDF or was having trouble opening that, feel free to let me know and I can send that to you as well. Fiscally, obviously, the bill includes an appropriation section for $340,000 for this first year of the pilot project. As you know, the next 2 years of the pilot project would be in the next biennium, which is why they're not included here. And I do know that there are members from the University Maine System and Maine School of Law if there are additional questions for them at the work session today.
Thank you very much, Hillary. So questions of Hillary at this time, Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you. Hillary, who do we have in the bullpen to talk for the University of Maine?
You may be muted, Hillary.
Sorry about that. One day and I'm already out of practice. I know Sam Warren is here, as well as Dean of the Law School, Lee Softly, and there may be President Jackson is here as well, although obviously not from the law school. And if there is someone else from the Deirdre Smith from the Maine Law School is here as well. Thank you, Sam Warren.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? No? Seemed pretty easy. Seeing no questions, yes, Sir Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amidst all of the files and papers, is there someone who could just briefly answer a question about the chart showed the geographic representation, but is there someone who could refresh my memory? Did some of those people travel to Cumberland County, and sometimes the lawyers from the Cumberland County Center traveled to people in other counties? Was that the situation, please?
Thank you for that question. I'm not sure who best could best answer that. It looks like Deirdre Smith has her hand raised. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd be happy to answer that. My name is Deirdre Smith, and I am on the faculty and the director of the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic. So I think your question is probably best addressed by me. So that chart referred specifically to our clients. We do other work throughout the state in addition to this direct representation, but specifically for those clients, it is a combination of both. So even though our name is the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic, that was the name that was given to us in 1970. And it definitely, as you can see, does not represent the geographic scope of what we're doing today. We've expanded substantially over the years. And that's one of the reasons we've asked for the additional administrative support is for all of that. So we have a number of programs where we are assisting people in the courts or where they live. For example, our Androscoggin County work is directly in the courts, helping people on the day that they're seeking a protection from abuse order, for example. So there's no travel at all required for those clients. We are there to meet with them. And in some other counties, I mean, we have traveled all over the state to appear in courts and to work with clients there. But in some instances, the clients do come to the clinic building or come to the law school building to meet with us or meet with us in other locations. Access for clients is a key priority for us. One of the, we look for the silver lining in COVID wherever we can, and certainly one of them has been everyone's enhanced understanding of remote representation and remote technology. So with that benefit, we are able to serve clients without them having to leave their homes in many ways through these meetings and even through court representation. So that's definitely been enhanced over the past few years, but it does not match the impact that we would have if we had a satellite clinic actually in the county where the clients are living. Aroostook, as you can see, is underserved by us right now because it is the one that is the farthest, the county that's the farthest from Cumberland County, where our main clinic is located. So that's one of the reasons we are really looking forward to and hoping to start a program there.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions of Ms. Smith or anyone? Yes, Senator Daughtry, please, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a motion whenever you're ready, but Senator Woodson has his hand up, so I would defer to him.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, please.
Yes. Ms. Smith just said access to clients is key in remote locations. What's the need in other areas? Say Washington County comes to my mind versus Aroostook County.
Yeah, I think that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. From what we know, the need for representation in rural counties throughout Maine is quite acute. So Washington County being another one. We have done some cases in Washington County. We have some clinic alums who are practicing in Washington County. And so that has been one of the ways that we're trying to address it. But one of the priorities for us in creating this program, as I mentioned in my testimony, was to see if we can expand it or replicate it, either through a satellite or through other kinds of initiatives. But addressing all of Maine's rural counties has been a priority for the law school's rural initiatives for several years.
Okay, you bring up another thought or issue. What have you learned, or what have we learned from COVID shutdowns and doing Zooms and working through the internet? I mean, how can we take this experience and apply it to this situation?
I think we've learned a lot, and I think the courts have learned a lot. I think that practitioners of all kinds have learned quite a bit. And it's a big question that the legal community has right now, which is, as things continue to reopen and more opportunities for us to be in place, what will remain in terms of our use of technology for remote representation? I think that we're going to need to strike an important balance. Accessibility is wonderful, but I think that one of the things that we have also appreciated from being remote is that in many instances there is no substitute for being in person. Having obviously, to the extent that a court proceeding is in person, having a presence in that courthouse is going to be very important. There have been some proceedings that have continued to be in person throughout the entire pandemic, whereas others are now a combination of that. So I think what we've learned is that there are many types of court proceedings or client meetings that can be done very effectively through remote means, but there's still going to be a need for in-person presence, both for working with clients, helping clients, and also being in courthouses.
Okay, so have you or others who have worked on this project, I mean, it sounds like you have obviously thought this out, but is there no way for a hybrid system to be set up where you can not only serve Aroostook County, but Washington and Franklin, Piscataquis or whatever, through the internet?
I think that will depend in many ways on the types of, on the extent to which there is a need for in-person presence for certain aspects of legal representation. So having a location in the county may enable us to serve other parts of northern Maine and not just the county itself through all of that, much as, although our clinic is located in Cumberland County, we do we do quite a bit of work in all of the adjacent counties, as you can see. So having a base in Aroostook County definitely gives us a better opportunity to serve other counties than our current location does. And again, as I'd mentioned before, part of the aim of this program is not only the immediate need, not only addressing the immediate need, but the multiplier effect, as we often refer to it, by exposing students to the benefits of rural practice, giving them the opportunity to actually have a hand in rural practice, developing the skills for that. That's something that they can use in practices around the state. That's really the second more long-term aim and benefit that we see from the program. So that could mean, again, setting up practices or joining practices in Oxford County and Franklin County, Piscataquis, Washington, and other counties that are presently underserved.
So when you say feet on the ground, obviously that includes the students in the clinic, working in the clinic, but would it also mean a position such as yourself would need Rustic would need you or someone else there in Washington County and so forth?
Well, wherever the students are, there does need to be close faculty supervision. I mean, this is a very intensive supervision, mentoring, teaching. It's an educational program. So the instructors will be wherever the students are based, and the professors will accompany the students to court wherever that court is. So yes, we will need to have a supervising professor in the location of the satellite programs.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I could ask Lee Softly to come in. I do this because I know there's a motion coming up.
Thank you. Mr. Softly.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Now we can. Excellent. If I could just add one thing to Professor Smith's response, one of the wonderful things about the bill you have before you is that only a part of the funding in this particular bill is for the Fort Kent Clinic. And a major part of the bill provides the full foundation so that as we see this pilot working for those kinds of cases where the courts are requiring personal presence, which we know are going to be extensive as they begin to address the backlog, there will be students and a supervisor in the Fort Kent area. But the bill itself establishes the foundation for expanding this pilot project into the other counties so that we can do exactly what Senator Woodson is asking about, which is make sure that we're maximizing our ability to provide representation at a distance while at the same time having human beings in the rural counties and supervised by part-time, that is adjunct faculty, who helps in each of those counties. So it's our expectation that if this is a successful pilot project with the funding ongoing, that we will in fact be able fairly quickly to expand into other counties. Certainly Washington County needs help. We're thinking Franklin County may be among the next on the list. And we look at need and then move to expand with those satellite offices. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. But, and I'm not sure if you're the person to ask this or not, but how the students in the clinic, they're in their third year. Is this how it's set up?
Some of them are third years. Some of them are in the toward the end of their second years.
Okay, now I think to be a full-time student, you take 15 hours, 15 credits.
Very good. Yes.
Okay, and let me get my thoughts together here. I got some hand scratching. So these students are in this clinic. They're actually receiving 12 credits. Is that correct?
They're receiving the clinic credits and then the remaining credits because except in the summer, when they will be full-time in the courts, which is just an incredible experience for the students. During the fall and spring semesters, they will be part-time clinic students and they will be taking their ordinary classes, and they will do that through our new technology that will allow them to do distance learning.
So those extra credits are the final 3 credits, or how many it is, can be done through distant learning. They don't have to go back to Portland.
They don't have to go back to Portland for most of the semester. And I'll tell you, I don't want to make it appear that this is really simple. We are already working on how their schedules can be established so that in their semester in practice in a rural county, the other courses are courses that can be taken online, because not all courses can be. So it takes some finessing with their schedules to make sure that can happen. But again, I go back to the fact that one of the wonderful things about our first pilot for Fort Kent is the fact that the president at the University of Maine at Fort Kent is attuned to all these issues, has found housing for those students, and will be helping us make sure we have those internet connections in good shape so that the students can do everything they need to do and be in that rural county, which we would be looking for all of the expanded counties as well.
So what is the exception where they have to go back to Portland? What courses, why do they have to go back?
I would hope that during their semester in practice in the rural county, they don't actually have to go back to Portland, which is why we want to make sure we've got housing set up. But there are some courses where what the students are doing are so interactive, either with the faculty, each other, or members of the legal community that come to provide very particular interaction, that those classes are taught in person. Many of the classes that are being presented in the 3L year primarily are classes that can be taken at a distance if the technology is in place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Stearns and then Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Smith and Dean Softly for being with us this morning. My train of thought follows along with Senator Woodsum's in that I'm a resident of Piscataquis County, and when we hear about up in our county, we look at Washington and Aroostook County as urban centers compared to our situation. We're actually a frontier, according to the United States government. I love the concept of it. I'm not enamored by replicating administration or instructors live on campuses for third-year students. I am very much in favor of attorneys in the field practicing, taking on interns, almost back probably when my dad did it with my grandfather back in Bangor in the 30s. So I'm very much in favor of the concept, but the piece about setting up a clinic in Fort Kent and then setting up a clinic in perhaps Machias, et cetera, Farmington. I think with the technology that we have, I would much rather see us move forward and perhaps change the name of the Cumberland Clinic to the Maine Clinic and operate administratively very leanly out of there and move forward in that direction. So if at the end of discussions this morning, if I cast a no vote, it is not no that we do not need legal services in rural Maine. It will be perhaps a little bit of reticence on the notion of creating small administrative structures in some parts of rural Maine.
So if I may respond, I thank you for your concern, and the idea of lean approach to all of this is actually what we are aiming for. The central core faculty who will teach the courses, who will organize all of the work around the rural clinics, will be one set, and that set will be at the primary clinic. We're not looking at setting up, we're not looking at bricks and mortar. We're looking at part-time faculty practicing attorneys in those counties who will be there with the students and supervising the students for all of their court work. So we are, in fact, trying very hard not to duplicate the administrative setting in which this expansion into rural counties will happen. And I agree with you. The idea of creating a county by county full-fledged administrative clinic is not the way we should be going here. We need the students in the courtrooms, and they need their supervisors with them have to be present in those counties.
Could I follow up briefly, Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
To that extent, then, what about the adjunct professor or et cetera at the university? Again, could not that be done from a remote basis?
So the part of what happens for the clinic students, the teaching, the clinic classes, the foundational procedural classes can and will be done with that kind of professorship. However, to be in the courtrooms, the courts have very carefully crafted this so that the clients are assured that they're getting quality representation, and the supervision in the courtrooms has to be personal supervision. And that has resulted in the reputation of the clinic being one of the best in the country. The students get intense and excellent and personal supervision in class, which is why we think that for the most part, those adjunct professors who are also licensed attorneys in the state of Maine don't need to be full-time. They are there when we need them. And then the foundational aspects of the clinic will be from the centralized, non-duplicated resources.
And one more follow-up, and then I'll promise to go mum. And so again, right at that critical point, those adjunct professors are licensed attorneys. Would it be possible to just have the licensed attorney that maybe the person is doing the internship? Wouldn't that cover that that professional supervision piece, or does it have to be someone from the university system doing that?
I want to make sure I understand your question. The person who supervises the student has to be a licensed attorney, able to practice in the state of Maine, and has to be present with the student when the student is going into the courthouse. Because we must compensate those licensed attorneys, they in effect become adjunct professors. They don't have to be otherwise adjunct in the university system.
Okay,
Does that help?
that clarifies it for me. So let's say we're in the Fort Kent area, and there's Attorney Jones is out practicing, and the intern is assigned to Attorney Jones. Attorney Jones would become an adjunct professor for the purpose of, or receive a stipend, or what, however you want to put it, for the purpose of the duties of accompanying that intern to court. It would not be a separate professor at the
Correct.
University of Maine at Fort Kent campus who, like a student teaching advisor, if you will, who would then come out.
That's correct. I'm sorry, I wasn't clearer about that before. That is exactly correct.
I suspect you were clear, but the fog might have been out on this end, Dean.
I'm sure it was not.
At the end of discussion, the Republicans are going to want a caucus, corner caucus on this. Just as a FYI. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you as well, Representative. Representative McCray?
No, I'm just poised to make a second if a motion comes about.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Daughtry. And as Representative Stearns stated, there will be a short caucus, but I'll let you make your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. In addition, I
That's
can
right.
make a motion, or if the committee would prefer that we make a motion, we come back from caucus, I'm fine either way. I, like Senator Woodson, am also trying to go through all my chicken scratching to make sure I have all my questions in a line. And I feel, thank you very much for being with us. I'm wondering, and either of you, I guess, can answer this question. And I think we've been sort of going around it and said it in different ways, but I just want to say it again is, wouldn't you agree that this program is to really create a pilot that can be replicated and moved to other areas of the state? And this is just sort of the first idea to see how to work, create the hybrid program. And then the way I'm hearing it is that it creates a much more nimble program that can be moved to other areas of the state based on the need and what they're seeing, whether it's, Wallagrass or Greenville or going out to Jonesport, that would be able to see, we'd be able to replicate it based on what happens at this model, correct?
That is exactly correct. That is our hope, that we could replicate and do it in a fairly lean manner in a variety of the rural counties.
And if I can ask another follow-up, it creates a model to be able to do this pretty financially, affordably when you're looking at this, setup, correct?
Correct. That is our hope. So the foundational aspects will be covered, and then each county will need a supervising, usually part-time adjunct.
Perfect. I just want to say I'm fully in support of this. I think it's a huge opportunity for our students and our state. I also think it's really important for the folks who are studying law to understand that this profession is not just law and order. It's not about having, the sleekest suit and, walking down City Hall and getting to hang out in an urban area. So I love this idea of, it doesn't matter where you are in our state. People have needs for lawyers. And I know I represent a Southern Maine district, but my grandfather's from Jonesport. I've spent time in every single county of the state. And oddly, this like legal coverage, as well as dentists and primary care physicians, are three of the big needs that I hear everywhere I go that people are really having a hard time with. So
exactly.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you want me to make a motion or do we want to do it when we come back from caucus? I'm amenable to whatever the committee and the chairs would like.
Well, I know you're anxious and we will look forward to the motion. However, I think before we go to caucus, let's get all the questions on the table so that folks have an opportunity to chat during that time.
Perfect.
So Representative McCray, I know you don't have a question. So I have Representative Brennan has a hand up, as does Senator Wood.
Thank you, Senator. And I think Representative Stearns raised a good point. And I would ask Dean softly if she could reflect on this. Would you be thinking moving forward that you would be looking at the Lincoln County legal aid or the Somerset County legal aid, or would it be more appropriate to have a Maine legal aid clinic that would represent the whole state? Because as much as I'm attached to Cumberland County, I do think it's a fair point to raise.
This absolutely will be the Maine legal aid clinic, and it will be in order to keep it manageable from a fiscal perspective and also provide the quality that's necessary. I think of it as the hub and spokes all through the state of Maine. So it's going to be the Maine Legal Aid Clinic, and we are haunted by a very old name that no longer applies, but the model will certainly be that it is the Maine Legal Aid Clinic, and that we will, if we can get good at this nimble approach, we will be able to move the students and the clinic programs to the greatest area of needs. And we were just talking about the fact that we truly can't find lawyers in Piscataquis County. We know there's a beautiful courthouse there, though, which is very important, but finding lawyers is harder every day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Senator Woodson, followed by
Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you. This is a very important issue and critical that we get it right. I would prefer that Senator Daughtry hold off on a motion, just so we have some flexibility and not get caught into one thing here. Let's do some thinking and jarring and make a motion afterwards, after the caucus, if we could.
That's our intent, sir, but it's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Representative Stearns and Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment that in general, I oppose these centrally located services in general. And as an example, we do not have a DHHS office in Piscataquis County. And I think that's ludicrous, because that is people-intensive work for a broad body of people who are forced to head to Bangor to get any type of services, or once a month or twice a month here in Dover-Foxcroft. However, with this particular clientele, third-year law students, these are high horsepower folks, both running the program and participating in the program. And there's no doubt in my mind that this would be successful on it, as the dean put forward, on a very lean administrative platform. So I find that piece encouraging. And my last comment would be Justice McCusick would be very pleased to know that we were perhaps trying to find good attorneys for Piscataquis County.
Well, there he is. I was going to say, he told me I was next, so I'll just go ahead. Thank you, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead, please, Representative. Yes, my dog was spazzing out at the door, so I had to go.
I hope my geese, Benedict and Beatrice, don't interrupt me right now. Anyway, they're right at the door. Dean Softly, thank you for being here. My question is, you're talking about being nimble. What do you see as barriers to being nimble? What do you see as things that need to be addressed and overcome, and sort of in a table of hierarchy? Like, what is the most challenge and to the least challenge, if you could?
What a great question. So I'll look at it from the human perspective first. The most important thing for us to be able to be nimble and to pull students into the experience of rural practice, which we think will make them love rural Maine, is to find really excellent part-time supervisors who in fact already love rural Maine, who will work with them in the individual counties, help them understand the culture, help them understand how to be what we think of as really well-rounded attorneys who can help on a variety of fronts. So finding the right human beings to do this well will be one of the most important aspects of making this particular pilot project work well. And the other impediments or challenge, I don't think they're impediments, we're going to climb over them. Their challenges are some that you've heard me talk about already. We need to make sure, in order for these students to be able to be successful and be effective law students, the technology has to be with us. We need to make sure they can stay connected to all the things they need to be connected to. And we need to make sure that we're able to connect to the courts in the appropriate ways along the line. We will, we haven't talked about this much because we solved it so quickly with the help of President Hedin. We will have to look at the housing issues for our students in the various counties, because we want them to be personally, physically, and happily present in those counties while they're doing this work. So that's the next piece. We'll have to figure out from county to county how to make this work so the students really do love what they're doing.
Thank you very much. Senator Woodson has his hand up.
No, I nominate.
Thank you. So, Representative Stearns.
Thanks you, Mr. Chair. And I throw this out pretty much as a toss-up question. I'm wondering if there would be great opposition to amending this so that it reflects the conversation we've just had and does not, perhaps doesn't become an Aroostook County clinic, but take some of the changes that thoughts that we've put forward and becomes a rural Maine clinic or a Maine clinic. Still move forward with exactly what the intent of the bill is. I just throw that out there to the other committee members and our guest this morning is that perhaps a step that we may want to take with the motion.
Thank you. I think that we can discuss that in our various caucuses if we can't get an answer on that right off. But Senator Daughtry, followed by Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Stearns, are you thinking, so it's the exact same program, everything's going into Fort Kent, but maybe sort of just change it to say, you know, pilot for rural legal representation clinic, or please don't use my wordsmithing on that, but it's definitely
Right.
prime time.
Yes, Senator Daughtry, that's what I would be thinking, and certainly no disrespect to the good attorney from Fort Kent who really did some legwork on this thing and really brought it forward. I don't know the gentleman personally, but based on the short time we met on video chat, I think that he would have the same feelings for any rural part of Maine, but I may be off base there. But I think now might be a nice time to do that. If we can do anything to actually put the name, the right title to the thing, so that it is exactly what the intent of the bill is. Boy, I said that eloquently.
It's okay. It's a Thursday that feels like a Monday. So I feel your Representative Stearns. Mr. Chair, may I ask just a quick follow-up question?
Yes.
I think another thing to consider is, you know, obviously we can discuss this in caucuses and see where everyone is. And I think it's clear from the conversation that we're having, and I don't know if this is the vehicle or maybe it's a letter from the committee, or honestly, I look at the university to see what they need for support, but just saying, you know, how much we understand and want to support the continuation of this type of program and pilot, as well as the creation of connecting rural communities to legal representation. So I don't know what the answer is. I know rhetorical questions are sometimes the worst, but just throwing that out, I think that's what we're all circling around, is that we want to do this for the entire state. And I think this pilot that would be at Fort Kent is the right place to start and then be able to replicate it. So I think we're getting closer to where everyone wants to be. So.
And I will take Representative Millette's question in a moment, but the wordsmithing master is with us this morning. So while we're in caucus, there might be some thoughts that we come back to. So, Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see a comment from Dean Softly that the rural, oh shoot, it just dropped, rural legal clinic or something like that, rural practice clinic would inform the changes, I think, pretty well. I would like to hear from the sponsor of the bill whether he would be amenable to some of this wordsmithing. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, sir.
Morning, everyone, members of the Education Committee. Senator Troy Jackson here. I listened to the whole discussion. I'm not 100% certain if the intent is to change the name of this program so that it does reflect a statewide effort. I mean, that was always the case. I absolutely fully support that. I think the fact that the University of Maine in Fort Kent and Dean Softly, along with Attorney John Drow, has put all this work into it, found free housing, which is obviously not available everywhere, getting it up and going. I mean, yes, I represent Fort Kent, no doubt, but getting it up and going somewhere was the intent, and then hopefully bring it to other rural areas, Washington County, Piscataquis and all that. But I mean, if the question is, the naming of, I absolutely have no problem with that.
Thank you very much, sir. Folks, I know we're headed to caucus. Are there any additional questions before doing so? That said, I have roughly about 10:30. Would 15 minutes be enough time, folks? I'm seeing some heads nod. Representative McCray, did you have an additional question, sir?
Sort of. I would Senator Daughtry or somebody send me the link. I'm on a new laptop and I don't have the caucus link.
Thank you very much. And the process, Eli, for going to caucus, we just leave, or do we stay in and just mute ourselves? I can't remember.
Yep. So as a reminder, you should have separate Zoom links for each of the individual party caucuses. You are more than welcome to stay in this Zoom call as well if your technology so allows. Please just remember to both mute yourself and turn your video off. This will remain open through the entirety of that caucus, and rejoin when you have finished. Thank you.
Senator Woodson, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure you were with us or not.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know Tim is. I know that Representative Crockett had to leave to go to another committee, so with
Yeah,
that,
I was just doing some housekeeping. That's why I turned my video off.
well, when you're done, come on over. I could use some help.
Oh dear.
You know, the beauty of the Zoom is I have to keep a space clean. So
I know. Same here.
In any case, looks like we're all back. And so I am going to call on Senator Daughtry at this time. I know she was anxious to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass as amended with the amendment of changing it to the main legal aid clinic. And then I defer to the committee and the university about potentially report back to the committee on how it's working and how it can be replicated in other rural areas.
Thank you.
Second that.
Thank you, Representative McCray. So we have a motion ought to pass as amended by Senator Daughtry, seconded by Representative McCray. And I will ask for Mr. Murphy, if you would be kind enough, Eli, to call the roll. We'll vote. I'm sorry, a hand up. Oh, I have two hands up. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would think it would be appropriate to have discussion following the motion. And my further question is that, and I'm not 100% sure if it's allowable during that discussion, but if we could, I would like to hear from Dean Softly in particular to see if the wording of that motion, if she sees any barriers or if it meets her need as Dean.
Thank you for that. Is Dean still? Yes, I'm trying to find her on our screen.
This is our biggest human task these days, is to find people on Zoom screens. And I will be so glad when we can be in a room together. So as I understand the motion to amend, it would refer to the rural practice clinic as the main, no, I'm missing it. So I may need some help in understanding exactly what the proposal is.
The name change, as I understood it, was to be referred to as Maine Legal Aid Clinic. But I have Ms. Risler has her hand up, and I know she will offer some great assistance right now. Hillary.
Perhaps I was going to ask for a little bit of clarity as well. And I think part of my question is around what exactly is being named and whether the intention was to change the name of the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic to the Maine Legal Aid Clinic. And if that's correct, then it would the amendment, I think, would further, so you'd have to say first that the name, change the name of the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic to the Maine Legal Aid Clinic, and then the Maine Legal Aid Clinic would be establishing a rural practice clinic as a 3-year pilot project. And I think that was the intent of the motion.
So let me just tell you about a little bit of concern with that name. First, the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic is the umbrella clinic, and that is where those centralized resources will exist. With regard to the rural practice clinic, we actually use rural practice justice as one of our marketing tools for Maine law. We bring students in from other states who are excited about the opportunity to learn the breadth of practice in rural practice. So we have, for example, a juvenile justice clinic, we have a prisoners clinic, we have an immigration clinic, we have a general clinic. This would be the rural practice clinic, and we would advertise it as such, and hope to bring students to Maine Law who are excited about doing that kind of practice. So for nomenclature, for this specific clinic, to make it clear, it would be helpful just to call it the Maine Law Rural Justice Rural Practice Clinic. That would make the best sense for our marketing efforts. The second thing, I hesitate to get into something that sounds sometimes sort of crass, but we are in the process of fundraising for a renaming of the entire clinic, and we are hoping to draw private funders and maybe some foundational folks into helping us with additional dollars for our clinics. So renaming at this point, the umbrella clinic could be an issue. Does that help?
Yes, that sounds like we might be jumping the gun. We know that's, education, we try to get things done fast, apparently. Not sure of the order. I have, Hillary, do you have additional added information?
I just want to note that I think there are a few different ways where you could tweak some of this language to accomplish and encompass all sort of the discussion, and whether that's establishing the Maine Law Rural Practice Clinic that would work in conjunction with or collaboration with the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic or something like that. If that's the direction the committee wants to go, I'm happy to work on tweaking that language. Would ask some permission to share it with the University of Maine system to make sure that there's nothing inadvertently going to limit them or restrict their flexibility to do what they want to do. But if it's just a sort of a terminology question at this point, I'm happy to work with them to figure out what that appropriate terminology would be.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry and Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually just about to sort of kick it back to Hillary, but she beat me to the punch. I was going to say, is there a way that for a language review, she could work with the university system to figure out how best to achieve that language and naming for the goal that we've discussed? And just wanted to make sure that the reporting requirement I mentioned makes sense. So I guess that would be another part of the language review with the university as well.
Thank you for that. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think following what Ms. Rizzler just said, I would ask if the Senator Daughtry, who made the motion, would accept the friendly amendment to reflect what Hillary shared with the committee.
Thank you. Hillary?
My only remaining question would be on the reporting back date and whether you would want that to be in 1 year or 2 years, or whether you would want to wait until that's the end of the 3-year pilot project. End of the 3-year pilot project. That is the only question I have.
Is that timeline, I can't remember, is that timeline spelled out in terms of the review currently?
No, we would be adding that in as a new section, as a separate requirement to report back at the end of the pilot project to this committee. And including, I think, I'd have to check my notes, but some of the components that were raised about how it's going, where they might expand, barriers, that sort of standard language, and I can bring that back to you for the language review.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Daughtry and Senator Woodson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I forgot to say that I am amenable to that friendly amendment if my second is as well. Not getting a thumbs up from Representative McCray. And then on the reporting requirement, I think because it is a 3-year pilot, just want to say what Ms. Rissler just said makes complete sense. Makes sense to come back to the committee once this is not concluded, but gotten to the point that's spelled out. So
Thank you. Senator Woodson?
Yes, with regard to the report back, would it be possible to have, say, a 2-year report back just so we could address issues that maybe need to be addressed in the future rather than waiting to the 3rd year, or have a 2-year and 3rd year report?
Good question, sir. Yes.
I'm happy to respond to that. And because we regularly report within the law school itself, and we keep the university system apprised of all the things and how they're going, we're happy to report at 2 years and 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Daughtry?
I was going to ask if we could ask Dean Softly, but problem solved.
Okay, so I'm not saying any further discussion. Do we need to clarify your motion, Senator? Are we good to go? All right, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do think we need to clarify the addition of the reporting requirement at 2 years and 3 years. And other than that, I think we're good. If I get my thumbs up from my second again.
Thank you very much. Senator Woodson, did you have another question?
No, Joe, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to lower my hand.
Okay. So Eli, I believe, sir, we are ready to call the roll and ask you to do so, please.
Sure. On a motion of ought to pass as amended for LD 1924, Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Excuse me. Senator Woodson.
Very pleased with the discussion. I'm proud of all of us. I vote yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett. Representative Crockett is absent. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. On a count of 12 yes and 1 absent, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. It's great work, folks. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you so much. It's great to see all of you, and I really
Thank
appreciate your
you.
support.
Yes, thank you, both Lee Softly as well as Deidre Smith. Thank you very much for being here. You certainly did a great job in terms of addressing our questions and concerns, so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
And
Thank you all.
thank you as well, President Jackson, for being available as well.
Be well, everyone.
The work session, folks, on LD 1924 is closed at this time, and I am going to ask that Representative Brennan is going to continue on moving forward. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. And we are now going to move to the work session on LD 1933. And I'm sure everybody's familiar with this issue. It's the 115 rulemaking certification. So we do have several items to work through as prepared by Ms. Risler. So what I was intending to do at this point is to go through her analysis and obviously let people on the committee ask questions. And then we would call in representatives from both the State Board of Education and the DOE to answer specific questions that were raised during the public hearing. So at this point, Ms. Risler, we will turn to you for the bill analysis.
Thank you. I will share my screen. I'm going to try to keep my bill analysis relatively brief because I think the bulk of the conversation will come a little bit later on. But all right, here we go. All right, yes. So this is LD 1933, which, as Representative Brennan mentioned, is the resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 115, which is the credentialing of education personnel. For those of you who don't have it in front of you in a hard copy, I did provide the links to the provisional adoptment of both Part 1 and Part 2 here. There are a number of proposed changes in Chapter 115. These include, but are not limited to, updating professional standards for administrator certificates, adding an additional option for educational technician certification preparation, adding emergency and reciprocal certification provisions, expanded pathways for certification not requiring the praxis, improving CTE program and endorsement alignment, as well as increased flexibilities for currently certified teachers, updating a number of the grade spans to include pre-kindergarten, clarifying course requirements for special education certificates, as well as an additional pathway for current Ed Tech 3s, removing the special education consultant and speech and language clinician certificates and endorsements, adding course requirements that include 3 hours of coursework in diversity-centered content related to today's classroom and 3 hours of coursework in human development, educational psychology, developmental psychology, adolescent psychology, or child development for certificates and endorsements, adding a school health and physical education combined teacher endorsement, and adding a variety of updates to the educational specialist, including the library media specialist, school counselor, and school psychologist. I did include links to both the State Board Chair Brenda Jardin's testimony, as well as Deputy Commissioner Dan Chuda. Rather than doing a traditional for or against for the summary of the public hearing testimony, because there are very discrete components of the rule, I tried to sort of list out where there were general support and where there were areas of concern or opposition. So there was some support expressed for the process in terms of the voices of educators and stakeholders from around the state were included and valued throughout the revision process. The new requirements related to minimum semester hours in human and child development and psychology and diversity-centered content related to today's classroom. Support for the expanded endorsement eligibility pathways, as well as for the reinstatement of the adaptive physical education endorsement. Support for expansion of the early elementary 029 certification to include pre-kindergarten. There was support for reciprocal certification for comparable out-of-state licensure, although I will note there was some testimony of concern about the subjectivity of the word comparable. There was also support for the inclusion of the emergency Ed Tech certificate, as well as reference to the program at Eastern Maine Community College to allow for the expedited pathway to Ed Tech certification, excuse my typo there, as well as the emergency teacher certification with the appropriate limit of 3 one-year certificates. And there was also support for the language change around revocation, suspension, denial, and non-renewal of credentials. The areas of concern that seemed to come up most often included the endorsement 002, which is the elementary teacher endorsement, and the concern was regarding the elimination of grades 7 and 8 from this endorsement. That would be changing of the K to 6 to the from the K to 8 to the K to 6 endorsement. There was concern all around the emergency educator certification. There was concern around endorsement 81, which is the early childhood teacher. And this concern was regarding student teaching requirements or the settings for those student teaching requirements. There was a request for clarification on whether student teaching could include placements in both a kindergarten classroom and a licensed childcare setting, as well as some recommendation that that experience could include infant and toddler care, licensed childcare centers, Head Start, and public schools. There was also some concern about the endorsement 282 regarding teachers of children with disabilities. There was a recommendation to consider the proposed language on this endorsement and align the certification with the 081, 029, and secondary teacher age and grade ranges. There was also a recommendation to include at least a minimum requirement of one course addressing early childhood special education and inclusion of student teaching in the Birth to 5 to 82 endorsement. There was concern about the overall shift in numerous of these certificate endorsements from the kindergarten to 12 to the pre-kindergarten to grade 12. And then there was also some concern about the combination of the school health and physical education credential and lowering the teaching standards. To give you some, I certainly don't mean to imply that those are the only areas of concern, but simply during the public hearing, those were the ones that came to the forefront the most, and we'll certainly talk about some of the other questions that came up as we get into some of the questions and answers with the department. On the brief legislative history, I just wanted to provide for the committee the statutory authority for the state board to adopt the rules under Title 20A, Section 13006-A. One thing I would note that I didn't include on here, but perhaps should have, is the question that came up during the public hearing about students who are in the pipeline and how these rules will affect them. So I did want to remind the committee that in that statute, there's a specific provision that sort of has a hold harmless provision, and Dan Chuda mentioned this, Deputy Commissioner Dan Chuda mentioned this during the public hearing, but essentially it provides that rules adopted to implement these credentialing chapters that revises the qualifications for credential or the grades or subject area endorsements for professional teacher certificates do not apply to a list of people, and that list includes a person enrolled in an educator preparation program during the school year preceding the adoption of revisions to the rules. So I did want to mention that sort of hold harmless is in there for those who are in the pipeline. So briefly, those of you who are on the committee during the 129th legislature probably remember there were some lengthy discussions about these particular rules. Ultimately, the committee did pass LD 1478, which authorized final adoption with specified changes. At that time, the state board ultimately decided not to adopt those changes and to start over and go back through the consensus-based rulemaking process, which was rather lengthy and did come back in front of this committee last year when you considered LD 1189, which made some statutory changes related to teacher certification that the state board had identified as needing to be changed prior to submitting the Chapter 115 rules that are now in front of you. That law did include the enactment of Title 20A, Section 13012-B, which is the emergency teacher certification and the reciprocal professional certification, which was referenced during the public hearing testimony. The committee did make some requests for additional information. As you may recall, at the public hearing, the chairs had asked that some of the questions be submitted to the state board and department following the public hearing. Obviously, you have a large Q&A document from the state board and the department, so I wasn't going to get into that here, but I suspect you will want to have an overview of that from them, as well as probably some follow-up questions. The only other things on the bill analysis here I've already gone through earlier this week regarding the review criteria and the voting procedure. So I'm not going to go through all of that again. But one thing I do also want to mention is there were some questions and requests for further discussion for some of the higher eds and their processes, including questions about how they might be able to, or how long it might take for them to adapt to any of these rule changes. So I know that representatives from the community college and the University of Maine system are here as well if there are additional questions on that. University of Maine system in particular did send me some information about seeking inclusion and language in the rule regarding the state approved programs and pathways, and we can talk about that more if the committee would like to. But for now, I will turn it back to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that summary. And at this point, as I said, what we'll do is if anybody has any questions for Ms. Risler in terms of what she has provided at this point, now would be the good time to ask questions. But then we intend to go to the department and to the State Board of Education for them to go through the response to questions from committee members that were submitted from a week ago. But if anybody has any questions for Ms. Risler at this point, now would be a good time to ask them. And we certainly will come back to her at some point as well. And Ms. Risler, did you have a question or a comment?
Just if there are no questions for me, I just wanted to mention, I know that there are a lot of materials and the rule itself is quite large. So as we go through, if anyone needs something pulled up on the screen, just let me know. I'll try to find it and make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, great. All right, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Ms. Risler. Could I please ask about clarification on the emergency certification procedure steps that have happened or have not happened in a brief listing? I have a note that says this was not included in the consensus-based rulemaking process, but in another place, I seem to have conflicting notes. Is there a short answer to my question? And do you understand what I'm asking, please? Because it seems that in another place, I have a note that says that we approved the emergency certification in the 129th, I believe. Can you help with some brief clarification there, please? Thank you.
I think I can help do the brief clarification insofar as the role that the committee had played in that process. One of the things that happened during the pandemic initially was that there was an executive order from the governor that was allowing emergency certification. The last session, I believe it was Representative Sampson had actually put in a bill, and I don't have that LD number off the top of my head, but she had put a bill in that would essentially make permanent that emergency certification provisions. Her bill was incorporated into LD 1189, which is the bill that this committee passed last year. And that, I think that, hope that answers the question.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And maybe at this juncture, to Ms. Risler, it might be helpful just to review again the fact that, because Representative Dodge raises a point about the fact that there are things in statute that we cannot change through this rulemaking process, and that as we move forward, if there are things that we choose to change, it will not change statute or the rules. It will instruct the department to go back out to rulemaking and develop the rules reflective of what is put forward by the committee. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the resolve in front of you, because it is a resolve, cannot make statutory or allocated language changes. And so you are limited in this particular legislative vehicle from making those changes. And rules, one of the rule criteria is that the rule must conform to the statute that authorizes it. Similarly, as Representative Brennan mentioned, rulemaking is ultimately an executive branch function. And so the committee cannot actually rewrite the rule yourself. What the resolve will do, if you want to see amendments to the rule, is direct the department that they may not finally adopt this rule until they have made the necessary changes that the committee has recommended. Now, what this committee learned specific to this rule 2 years ago is that if the department, and what happened 2 years ago was that the department and the state board did not adopt the changes recommended by the committee, but that meant they could not adopt any of the changes that they were proposing. They had to go back to the drawing board. So it's basically, you're saying that you can adopt these, but only if you make the following changes.
So seeing no additional questions at this point, we will turn to, I believe, Dan Shahuda from the Department of Education. And I'm not sure who's here from the board, whether it's Wendy Alt or Ms. Darjan.
I believe we have Dr. Fern Desjardins, and I believe we have Wendy Alt as well.
Okay, so Mr. Murphy, would you let the three of them in?
And I'm sorry, we do have Peter Geiger from the state board as well.
Okay. So good morning. Yes, still morning. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate your being here and good to see you again. And as you know, when we had this discussion at the public hearing, there were several questions that were submitted from committee members to the three of you. And we did see that there was a response, a fairly lengthy response. And I think at this point, it may be helpful, although I know it'll be somewhat tedious, if we do go through the questions and the responses. And before we start, could we just have introductions just for the record? Dan, we could start with you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. I am Dan Schuta, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Education.
And good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Fern Desjardins, Chair of the State Board of Education, and pleased to be with you this morning.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Alt, and I'm here to support Fern Desjardins in providing you with further testimony and answering questions.
Great.
Good morning. This is Pete Geiger. I'm Vice Chair of the State Board. I'm just on for a short period of time. I'm a cheerleader, hopefully, for this process.
Okay. And JC?
J.C. Holmes, Federal State Legislative Liaison and Rulemaking Coordinator for the department.
Great. And just again, this point has been made by Ms. Resler before, and actually Representative Millette has made the point as well. This rule comes to us from the State Board of Education. So it's a State Board of Education rule, and that's obviously why we have people here from the State Board of Education. But it obviously is with the support, staffing support, and the collaboration with the Department of Education. That's why we have the Deputy Commissioner here as well as Ms. Holmes. So unless somebody from the committee or Ms. Rizzler or somebody else has a better suggestion or idea, I think it may be helpful. We do have the summary that was provided to us, the questions and the responses. And again, I know it'll be a little tedious and maybe take a minute or two, but I think it might be worth going through those questions and answers. And if people on the committee want further amplification on the answers, we can do that, at this point as well. So, Mr. Schuta, did you want to start, or?
If we could have, I'm wondering if Ms. Rizzler, our analysts, you have the questions and answers. Perhaps we want to put those and share the screen on that if we're going to go through the questions.
That would be helpful. Great.
And Representative Brennan, I think what I got from your directions, your plan would be that we would look at each individual question and allow discussion on those questions.
I think at this point, I can't at this point say that one of the questions is more important to somebody else than not. So just at the risk of spending a little bit more time, it might be helpful to go through. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps what we could do is if we could just see if people have a question about any of the answers that were provided. That might speed things up. So, for those of us who did submit questions, we know which questions are our own. And so we can just start with the first one, just say, does anybody have anything to follow up on, rather than actually going through and rereading
right.
each.
So why don't we do that? I'll just, there's the first question, and just if anybody has any additional comments, question about that, we can stop and try to answer that. And if not, we'll go to the next question. Okay, so the first question about inclusion, we're okay. Okay, the next question, should we have more specific language about portfolios? Does anybody? Representative Millette. You're muted. You're still, yeah.
Yeah, no, my screen keeps changing. So if we can just keep it one way, that would be really great. Because I literally was chasing my mute button.
Would you prefer that I have the document up, or do you want me to wait and if there's a, keep it up?
Keep it up. That's okay. I don't care if people see me. That's totally.
Okay. I will keep it up until told to bring it down.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so I'm not sure that the response to that question, should there be more specific language about the portfolio? There's a guidance document to reflect the development of a portfolio, but I don't, how is anyone going to know that?
First I interpreted the question one way, and then I interpreted it a different way. And so Representative Millette, if I landed on, how do we provide a guidance so that, our applicants know what to include in this portfolio? And so I connected it almost with the question that's at the top of page 9, which is, where is the guidance to applicants on how to prepare a portfolio? And here we responded, when an applicant decides to utilize the portfolio option, they are instructed to reach out to the certification team. So the recertification team would tell them what needs to be included, which goes back to that first question.
So I guess what I would ask is, would it make sense to make a reference to chapter 114 and the rubric here, just to let folks know that there is a relationship between the two?
I do believe that there should be something. I'm with you on that. And that guidance, where now they call in, where we're seeing what needs to happen. And I think maybe that needs to be put up on the website so that they would know, and that we tell them specifically, go to chapter 114, and these are the 10+1 that you need to include as part of your portfolio to make sure that you're indicating that you're meeting the standards.
I might just add a little bit more because there are a couple different questions on this topic. At the bottom, I believe it's page 8. There was another question about portfolio review, and yep, there it was. There's a link there. It ends in, and on that page is what's rubric, which indicates what all of the teaching standards are and which performance indicator is looking for. So, apologize that the answers are a little bit different based on kind of how the question was posed. The link at the bottom of that page 8 shows where the candidate that is used and says specifically what the standards are, which, as we've said, is also which is what defined.
Mr. Chuda, your mic kind of keeps blipping out. I think we got the majority of what you said, but my question is then, what you're referencing on page 8, the rubric indicating standards and indicators, is that the same rubric that is being referenced on page 1 in chapter 114?
Yes.
Okay, so would there be any objection from the board or the department that we just cross-reference to that within these rules so folks know where to look if they're looking at these rules?
A cross-reference to chapter 114, just to be clear.
Yes.
Sure, makes sense to me. Defer to the chair.
I totally agree.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, are now to the next question. The allowance of an emergency credential, what does the term preparedness mean? Does anybody have any questions about that? Representative Millette.
Oh, my hand is still up, and I probably do have a question, but I'm not quite prepared. So give me 1 second.
While she's doing that, Deputy Commissioner Chuda, because this was part of your testimony, you referred to preparedness. So I would ask that you respond to a follow-up question from Representative Millette, if that's okay with you, Deputy Commissioner.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess my question is, if it's not in law, so it's not defined, and it's being mentioned in the rules. So what prompted the use of preparedness, and how are we to know objectively what preparedness translates to?
And I'm happy to revisit this, although I may have said preparedness, I'm not sure specifically where the term preparedness is, and perhaps, Chair, if it's in the rule, I could try to find that and determine what that is, but from statute, preparedness does not exist. And I believe the language in the rule comes directly from the language in statute. So I'm happy to go back to find where preparedness is, or if someone who asked the question could perhaps rephrase it for me, I'm happy to try again.
I think, Deputy Commissioner, it's on in your testimony on the second page, the second complete paragraph where you start with, today potential educators are taking advantage of the new law, including the ability to provide evidence of preparedness as an alternative to taking a standardized test. Representative Millette, is that what you were referring to when you asked that question?
Honestly, don't think this is my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was assuming. I really apologize. And Representative Dodge, you have your hand up, so it seems like you may.
We do have two hands up simultaneously. Representative Dodge, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And thank you all for being here today to help us better understand what we're doing. That question, I believe, was mine. I highlighted it with a question mark of my own that says, doesn't seem to be concrete, evidence of preparedness, portfolio, question mark. Further clarification on the equivalent of work experience as opposed to the academic experience is what I have in my notes.
Thank you, Representative. So the word preparedness was mine to kind of collectively indicate that there are different criteria. This question looks specifically at the emergency credential, which is defined in statute, as you can see on the response. As far as the work experience and the academic equivalence, again, we're using the standards in Chapter 114 as a guide to determine whether the individual has evidence that would indicate that they're meeting those same standards that they would utilize a portfolio for. So I hope that helps, but the word preparedness was mine. It's not something that's either in rule or in statute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So moving on to the next question, which has to do with emergency credentials and how are teacher shortages determined. I do know that there was some concern on the committee about this issue. And are there follow-up questions? And then Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Department of State Board of Ed, for pointing us to the right link for the shortage areas and the breakdown. That was really very helpful and enlightening. I have two lines of questions. The first one is, when I looked at the shortage list and then the areas, content areas of where the certifications were issued, I identified 9 content areas that had emergency teacher certifications issued that are not listed as shortage areas, for a total of roughly like 94 emergency teacher certifications.
So the information that I have from our team on that one is that it's likely due to the fact that some of these emergency certificates were issued, as Ms. Risler mentioned, based on the executive orders, and these were carried forward as a result of the statute. So any of the issuances going forward are aligned with the shortage areas. Keep in mind too, and I didn't dive this deeply into it since yesterday when we had the information presented by your team, but the shortage areas do vary slightly from year to year. They're determined and reported to the department, the U.S. Department of Education, on an annual basis. So there may be some variation. The list that I included in the response here is actually for the current. It was our most recent list. There may have been slight variation, but my hunch is that it's based on some carryovers from those that were issued through executive order. One of the concerns that we actually heard and were supportive of Representative Sampson's bill initially, as you heard a bit ago, was that school units had hired these folks through the executive order and then were really at a fork in the road where they needed to make some decisions about what was going to happen once the executive orders ended. And so we were pleased to have the legislation that we're able to continue it. Again, these were circumstances where we had folks that were out for a period of time because of COVID reasons, whether they were ill or whether they were trying to protect themselves. And we also had school units that were trying to add additional staff, particularly last year with the amount of hybrid learning that was going on and smaller class sizes and greater number of staff members. So school units, as you saw, utilized, there were 195 of these individuals that were hired, utilizes quite greatly. So I think that the difference between the shortage list currently and what has been issued has to do with the carryover from executive order into now into the process of utilizing that shortage area list.
So I need to clarify.
Okay.
If an emergency certificate is issued 1 year in an area where there's a shortage, and then the next year there's not, will that certificate be renewed?
That's a good question.
And is there language that's specific about that in the rules? I don't believe there is.
A certificate issued pursuant to the subsection is issued for a 1-year period and no more than 3 emergency maybe to the applicant. So I guess I would interpret that to say that each year we need to align that back with the shortage. So that will be a bit volatile for schools, to be honest with you, particularly if one of the shortage areas is no longer a shortage area going forward, that individual wouldn't be able to have that certificate issued subsequently. But because the preceding language does talk about the commissioner identifying a shortage area in order to issue these certificates, it would seem that will have to be reviewed if that individual wants to have another year up to the maximum that they can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Chuda. My question has to do with the number of emergency credentials that are differentiated between K-12 in the amount of 81 and K-8 in the amount of 164. And I wonder if you could talk to me about the fact that those were the 2 highest numbers in those that occurred in those particular 2 areas. Does that Does that show anything specifically that you think we should be aware of, please?
Thank you, Representative. So obviously the K-8 is the elementary, the 020 certificate, right? And the number of individuals. I think, again, from what I know anecdotally is that because of the schedules that schools had, there was a great need for additional elementary teachers in particular to be hired. I think the other one, the K-12, which as you identified is the second highest, those are more likely some of the specialist teachers, the arts and the musics and the PEs, which again, because of group sizes being smaller or the hybrid nature of those, there was quite a bit of additional hiring in those particular areas for the specialist area. So that, I believe, is why you see that the K-12 certificate is the second highest in that regard.
Thank you. And a follow-up, please, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Further, another chart section of that shows that there were 77 emergency credentials issued for teachers of students with disabilities. Does that raise any red flags for any of you folks, please? Thank you.
Is that a question for me, Representative? I'm not sure who you're referring to, you folks.
Of our folks assembled here who are educational experts, I wonder if perhaps each of you could react to that question about emergency certification of teachers with students with disabilities, please. Thank you.
I'll step my toe in the pool first. So I would say that, these emergency certificates allowed students to work with adults to continue their learning. And in many cases, as you see here, if these 195 people were not employed by school units, it's unclear what the alternative would have been for others working. So is it the best possible case scenario in the world? No. But the pandemic created lots of not best scenarios in the world, right? So these are circumstances where there are individuals that had interest and had some degree of preparation, although certainly not full certification. And I would say in each of these situations, perhaps in particular with special education, the individuals were able to work with students. I would remind you that there are also mentoring and peer coaching requirements that were part of this situation. And so these folks were not on their own. I'm sure that there was, we all had our sense of isolation through this process, but it was an expectation that these folks were matched up with some peer support and mentoring in order to help and support them. I have heard from our colleagues in MADSEC, which are the directors of special education, that certainly, our directors and school units across the state have certainly had their hands full, with supporting their staff in lots of different ways, but in particularly these individuals that were hired under these emergency certificates.
Does that answer your question, Representative Dodge?
It does, but I would ask, are there further reactions that are different in any way from Ms. Desjardins or Ms. Alt, please? But if they feel it's not necessary, that is absolutely fine. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this question is for Mr. Chuda. I think that's probably I'll start with you. So in light of this emergency certification, since this is near and dear to my heart, what is preventing, and actually Ms. Desjardins could weigh in on this too, possibly, if she'd like, what is preventing the local school units who know these individuals the best, who are, as you said, Mr. Chuda, they are mentoring them. I actually know of some of these folks, and it's pretty exciting to watch this metamorphosis taking place as they dip their toe into a new world? What is preventing them from then, after they start this process, initiating the provisional licensing certification, the provisional certification process? Why wouldn't they be able to do that? And why would that not address the concerns that we've been hearing?
Thank you, Representative Sampson. I would be short-sighted if I said nothing is preventing them from doing it other than probably time. These folks, as I'm sure you can imagine, and all educators in our schools are from the second their eyes open till the second that their eyes close late at night, doing a tremendous amount of work. And so probably the thought of then adding some coursework on top of that may be a bit daunting. Are they doing it? Likely. There are probably individuals who, as you mentioned, are blossoming and finding perhaps a passion that they may or may not have known before, could certainly pursue. The other thing that I would say is that as you indicated, although not to correct you, but provisional certification is no longer a thing. Conditional certification is a possibility, and it is a possibility that with some amount of coursework or some of the expectations that could be met, they could advance on that pathway to become conditionally certified, which gets them closer and closer to meeting the expectations for professional certification. So I could say nothing, but to be realistic, I think it would be the time that they have to take the coursework, but certainly encourage them to do so in order to pursue that pathway.
I appreciate it. I stand corrected, and I'm reflecting my my years around the department now. I'm getting to be one of those old has-beens.
No worries.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, the next issue is what is meant by the removal of pedagogical assessment in the CTE section of Part 2. Does anybody have any comments about that? And I'm going to move fairly quickly, so if people don't raise their hand fairly soon. All right, we'll move on to the next issue, which is with the emergency education technicians, are students abandoning the regular pathway to take the emergency? And Mr. Judah, you indicated that others might be able to answer that question better than yourself.
Yes, I believe Dr. Sorter, I'm not sure if she's on, from the community college system, responded to that question during the public hearing, and I don't mean to speak for her, but they would be better prepared to respond to a question about enrollment and preparation programs.
All right. Does anybody on the committee want further clarification on this? No. All right. The next question, if the K through 8 grade span is eliminated, I'm sorry, Ms. Sorter.
Apologies, took a bit for me to be pulled into the session. So yes, we, I think au contraire, what we're finding is that students who came into this are actually continuing. So it has not had the impact of pulling people off a track they were on into the emergency tech track, but the opposite impact, in that students who are new to ed tech are now continuing to pursue their associate degrees, and we hope then on to their bachelor's degrees to become teachers. And that was really is the intention of our education program, period, that we want to move people through the ed tech pathway to complete their associate degree and then to move and transfer to our baccalaureate partners.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. We will now move to the next question, which if the K through 8 grade span is eliminated, what happens? Teachers are credentialed with a K through 8 credential. And that seemed to be somewhat fairly clear. So we go to the next question is, what is the capacity of the university to adapt to the new rules, and what would be the timing? Does anybody on the committee have additional questions? Okay, seeing none, the next question is, what has been the recent placement of teachers outside the scope of their certification? Is there a relationship between emergency credentialing and just a grade span? And basically, the department said they don't have that information. All right, and so we'll move on to the next question. Please respond to University of Maine System concerns about timing of when the state-approved programs would be required to update the course, and last approved rules. We include the effective date for elementary, middle school teacher endorsement. What is the reason to not including these dates for the set rules? And the response was their next site visit for review. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go to the next question. What are the pathways to encourage development of grow your own residency programs? Any additional? Representative Millette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the answer, but I would just like, since we have the department and the State Board of Education and our higher eds all in the same room, would just like to push a little on this. I think that we have all talked about how this is a really important strategy to utilize to address our teacher shortage. And I find it disappointing that this hasn't been a part of the certification discussion, because obviously certification is the pipeline that controls who can become our educators. So while I understand we'll have to let go of this for now, I really hope that we don't wait for the, like this is an immediate conversation for the State Board of Education and others about what rules or pathways can we create that will allow for grow your own and maintain quality. Thank you.
So if I might, the department has been endeavoring for likely a year plus, maybe two plus, on a collaborative effort with the university colleagues in particular, and folks from the field on developing a strategic plan for enhancing our educator workforce, teachers certainly, but also for administrators and other positions that work in schools. So there certainly is a grow your own residency program addressed as a possible solution within that strategic plan. All of these, ideas certainly will point people towards the ultimate goal of certification, which is obviously the credential that they would need. And I know that Dr. Ross from the University of Southern Maine has been very heavily involved in some residency programs in Southern Maine with some of our school units in that area, and are finding some good success, I understand, from that as well. So while it's not specifically addressed in the certification, it's a big effort that is underway, kind of, I would say, parallel in an effort to help people become certified and then fully employed.
Ms. Darjan, do you want to comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Representative Brennan. Because our Deputy Commissioner mentioned Dr. Flynn Ross, I wonder if she's available for comment in regards to the emergency certification. She had we had a meeting with her just recently, a few weeks ago. She was part of a group that we met with from the University of Maine system. And so, she had some experiences, thoughts on emergency certification that she shared with us. And based on what Representative Sampson asked a while ago, and what our Deputy Commissioner just referred to, maybe we want her to share her thoughts. I think it's your intent here to hear the different views. And if I'm wrong on that, I certainly will back off. I just thought, because she was referred to, that we probably should give her the opportunity to speak.
Another reminder, while it looks like she may be joining, I mentioned this the other day at the hearing, and at the risk of repeating myself, I may just mention it again, not to diminish the grow your own in residency, because we're seeing models across the country that have had good success with this. But of all the applications that we receive for certification, 10% come from our educator preparation programs directly. That's typically your pathway one. It's a pretty smooth transition from the EPP to certification, but 90% of the applicants that we receive go through that pathway two or transcript analysis process as well. So another good reminder that a majority of people, whether that's because of a second career or whether they're coming from out of state and are applying or a whole host of reasons, I think we have to be broad, and we have with our strategic plan about how we help to not only entice educators to come and be educators in our state through a variety of different mechanisms, but also obviously to help retain them here as well.
Representative Millette, did you want further clarification from Ms. Ross?
Oh, I don't want to intercede if Ms. Ross wants to share a perspective. I just want to react to what Mr. Shuda said, which is I understand what the current environment is, but we know the current environment is greatly stressed. And part of our jobs, your jobs, our job is to support efforts to actually change what's currently happening. And I think we all agree that Grow Your Own is a very powerful model because people have deep roots in their communities and maybe would be more likely to stay in some of our school districts that are struggling to recruit and retain educators. So while maybe right now we only have 10% through the educator prep programs, one would hope that if we actually gave it some air and some water and nursed it to a more robust program, we could change that. Thank you.
All right. Are we ready to move on? Okay. The next question had to do with please comment on suggestion require 3.0 only in 24 credits of relevant subject matter to endorsement. And do anybody have any questions about that response? Okay, Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do, because one of the challenges of writing questions and then submitting them that way is that sometimes there's some misunderstanding or miscuing. So I guess my question is that there in these pathway twos for many of these endorsements, there is a requirement of achieved at least a 3.0 cumulative GPA in all courses required for the certification. And I think what I read through in some of the feedback that the State Board and Department of Education got is narrowing that 3.0 to the 24 credits that are directly related to the courses related to education prep. Right, so if you look, one of the things that I found helpful was actually having the numbers of the page numbers on my questions, where so they're there, but then they disappear. But anyway, so an example of that is on page 2 of part 2, early elementary teacher pathway 2, which is to have a bachelor's degree from a college or university. And then there are all these minimum of 3 semesters in various topic areas. Subparagraph L, I believe, has either the skills test or a cumulative 3.0 GPA in all courses required for the certification. I just think that language is a little murky. And just wondering if we want to say it's the 24 credits that are typically required for the 3.0 is for those 24 credits. Does that make sense?
It does. The only thing that I would add is that the language for courses required for the certification is from statute. So 1189 has that very language, meeting a grade point average requirements in required coursework. I think is why the language got carried into the rule in that manner.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I actually am looking at 1189. I'm hoping you can point to me where that is.
It's on page 2, section 3. I'm looking at the same version that you are.
Yes.
You can see it's
It says
B2.
required coursework. So it's a little bit different, but I see what you're saying. But I mean, if we're going to stick to the exact language of the law, then I think actually required coursework is more specific than required for certification.
Representative Dodge, did you have a question?
I do, and it's directly related to this, but asking the question in a different way. Are we being consistent throughout with a grade point requirement on subject-specific courses as well as educational methods courses if both fall under certification requirements? I believe I've asked that in the right way.
Take a stab, and if I don't do it, we'll try again. So the 3.0 is consistent throughout. So there isn't, and there's a little story about it didn't actually start out as 3.0, but we won't go there for now. And the intent of the consensus-based rulemaking committee, which is where this idea came from, was that because this was a replacement for some of the praxis, that they were seeking this to be not just for the content. So if it was for the science certification, it wasn't just for the science courses, but it was actually for the methods courses and the other pieces. So again, essentially that's where the language came from, is for the required courses. So I can see Representative Millett's point as well, that the language is slightly different. So, but that was the intent, was that it was for all of the courses, not just for the specific content.
So, all right. Representative Dodge, did that answer your question? Okay, thank you. And Representative Millette, are you satisfied with the response at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that this should be a point of discussion. I do understand now where this is coming from, but I think that we're going to need to talk a little bit more about the choice of words.
Okay. Moving on to the next section. There were questions about the for certified education technicians, and I won't read everything, but are there questions in regards to this issue? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't understand the answer. So I just need to talk it through because I just didn't understand the answer.
I want to make sure that this is the, okay.
Part 1, question, yep. Page 1213.
Yep. So page 14 talks about the eligibility for the different certificates. And there are different requirements for a 1, a 2, a 3, and an emergency ed tech. And there are 4 different, certificates available. 1, 2, 3, emergency. Where the confusion may lie is what the permitted responsibilities are for those 4 different certificates. And that's what starts actually up on page 12 with the EdTech 1. So the EdTech 1 has certain permitted responsibilities. And the general theme here is decreasing supervision. EdTech 2 has certain permitted responsibilities and supervision. And then the EdTech 3 and Emergency EdTech have the same permitted responsibilities and required supervision. So while the eligibility are unique to the 4, there is some overlapping permitted responsibilities and required supervision for the EdTech 3 and the Emergency EdTech.
I may follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think where I'm going off the rails is if you go to page 14, there's new language embedded into EdTech 2 and EdTech 3 that has the same language as the emergency educational technician, which is making it the emergency educational technician. So you've now essentially, with this language, made an EdTech 2 possibly qualify through the same procedures as an emergency education technician. So why wouldn't you say, I think there's an inconsistency here. Like, no, you actually can get an emergency EdTech 2.
So at this point today, we have a single program that's approved for the preparation of emergency EdTechs, and that's the program at Eastern Maine Community College. It's a program designed specifically to create what are locally known as learning facilitators. And that program qualifies someone and was designed specifically to have someone be eligible for the emergency EdTech certificate. What this language would do is, in the future, it would allow some possibility, flexibility, perhaps, for other programs to be established to enable someone to become eligible for an EdTech 2, for instance, if there was a program designed specifically for EdTech 2s. So while the language is the same, those programs could be different, though they're using the same language, that they're preparing them for the essential skills and knowledge for performing the responsibilities. There is only one program right now, and that one particular program is designed and prepares people for the emergency EdTech certificate. So I hope that helps. But what it again allows us to do is to work with partners. We've heard some interest from other partners beyond the community college. Even there may be some interest with adult education programs that we could work with, considering some approval of programs that could help prepare for maybe EdTech 2s. And with successful completion of that program, they could become an EdTech 2. So I hope that helps, that all roads don't lead to the same certificate, but that's the language that's being utilized as an alternative to the credit requirement that has been in existence.
Yeah, I think this is for further discussion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the next question, which is, how is the program approved for targeting essential skills and knowledge for performing permitted responsibilities implemented? And anybody have any further follow-up on this? Seeing none, we'll go to the next question, which whether stands to approve such a program, and the department does not establish those yet. Representative Dodge and Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question around this is, it seems in this particular instance, we got the cart before the horse. So I'm concerned about, are we now circling back to do what perhaps needs to be done about checking to see that the program does meet established criteria, rules and regs, and all of that? Is the community college system finding that this is working? Are the schools in which these people are placed, has there been a line of communication that's been open to assess this and plan and adjust, please? Thank you.
Ms. Sorter, did you want to answer that question?
I think you get the mute thing down. Yes, please. So Eastern Maine Community College worked very closely with the Department of Education to develop the emergency ed tech training program. It's a competency-based program. They were very clear their target was the ed tech 3 skills that are required. And so that program is very tailored to preparing the emergency ed techs to have the necessary skills and knowledge to perform that role. And that program is, because it's competency-based, the students are assessed in all of those skills to make sure that they are meeting the expectations of the program. So I think if we go back to what Dan Chuda said, a parallel opportunity in the future, because we were responding to an emergency need for ed tech 3s at that moment in the pandemic. Were there to be other needs going forward for other ed techs, a like program could be developed to target those skills and knowledge so students could perform at that level. So I hope that answers your question.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that you have assessed the students, but I guess my question is going a bit further back. Is there a process to assess the program?
Yes, of course. So in assessing the student, we also are able to assess the program, because in our program assessment paradigm, we look at the students not as individuals. That's the student assessment piece. We look at the whole, and we have standards, because it is very clear in this program, because it's competency based, to look at what percentage of students are meeting the competencies for this entire program, and is that percentage high enough to meet our expectations. And as you know, in a competency-based program, the expected outcome is much higher than it is in a non-competency. In a non-competency, you have to pass the course. In a competency-based program, you have to be competent, which is a much higher standard of accomplishment. So we look at the individual student meeting the competencies, therefore they can complete the program. But then we look at the whole body of students completing the program to make sure that we're hitting our mark in terms of our instruction.
And where might that information be found, please? In your community college report, where, please? Thank you.
I will have to look to see where. Certainly Eastern Maine Community College has that information and we can get it for you. I don't know if it was included in the report.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's language before this new language. It says 60 credits of approved study in an educationally related field. The State Board of Education is the one that approves teacher prep programs in higher education institutions. Is that correct, Mrs. Jardin?
Yes, it comes back to us.
Okay. And are you the ones then that are approving the main programs approved for targeting essential skills and knowledge for performing permitted responsibilities?
Are you referring to the program here for ed techs?
Yes.
Because we do the teacher program. We have gone to Eastern Maine Community College and looked at their program, did an evaluation of their program, a review of their program for teachers. But, and Deputy Commissioner Chuda, if I say anything that's inaccurate, since I've been on the board, we have not reviewed any essential programs, skills, knowledge, competencies, any of that for ed tech programs. We have not done that as a board. And I've not been on the board forever, but Wendy, well, you've only been on a little bit longer than I have, but you've been on certification higher ed longer than I have on that committee. Wendy, have you, in your recollection, have you reviewed any ed tech programs?
No.
So the 60 credits of approved study, where does that typically lie? What type of institutions?
That has to be that they're getting 60 credits. And as long as they can show that they've taken 60 credits in education, that they're allowed to get their Ed Tech 2 certification and applying to the state. And so as the state board, we don't oversee that. And, you know,
I'm so sorry, but when it says approved study, does anybody know what that means?
I can only, and I shouldn't say anything because it's only based on my experience as a superintendent of schools. I saw ed techs who had 60 credits. They had 60 credits. They got their ed tech 2 endorsement. Were they in an approved program of study? That was not the case, but I've been out of, I've been retired now for almost 5 years. But as long as they could show 60 credits, they got Ed Tech 2. If they showed 90 credits, they got Ed Tech 3. So approved study.
If I may.
We'd have to ask
If I
people
may.
at the department. And Deputy Commissioner Chuda, please go ahead. You would know more.
Page 2 of part 1 in the definitions has approved study defined as semester hours, contact hours, or continuing education units.
So it doesn't need to be in a particular program, Deputy Commissioner Chuda, is if they have the credits, they have the credits, as long as these are
Correct.
approved credits.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
The department is the one that's saying that these are appropriate, approved.
Correct. It's a transcript analysis when they apply to become an ed tech.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no other questions, we will move on to, can emergency certification be renewed? If so, is the renewal possible without non-emergency certification requirements? Or did we skip a question? Why is there a separate emergency educational technician? I guess there are no comments about that, so we'll move to the
That's
next
been
one.
covered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Can emergency certificate be renewed? Any questions about that? Okay, we'll go to the next question. How does the emergency ed tech program approved for targeting essential skills differ from the emergency teacher program? Is there any questions about that? Seeing none. Why would someone take the emergency teacher program when they can obtain an emergency tech certification, simultaneously obtain emergency teacher certificate? Any questions to that response? Representative Millette.
Thank you. Yep. So this is a case where, you know, or I used the wrong word program for endorsement or certificate or whatever. But the point was that this is the emergency teacher certification process. And so as I read it, if you become an emergency ed tech, you can become an emergency teacher. So I'm just like, why would anyone, I don't know why we did that. So I'd love somebody to walk us through that.
Representative, I just want to make sure I'm following. If you become an emergency ed tech, I don't believe as a holder of an emergency ed tech certificate, you could be eligible for the emergency teacher certificate. Is that where you were going? Unless
So
that
on page 17,
Mhm.
Paragraph 7, emergency teacher certificate, subparagraph through B, number 3. You can be eligible if you hold certification as an Ed Tech 3.
Correct, which is a different certificate than the emergency ed tech certificate.
I see. So, okay, thank you very much. It's super helpful.
Okay, next question was, why isn't there a specified amount of required in-service training, 45 hours proposed last iteration? Seeing no question, Representative Millette.
Yeah, I just don't understand the answer. My apologies.
I apologize. I need to find this again. 15.
Yeah, it's on page 15.
Yep.
Well, so it's not here in this iteration, but it was in 2019.
So your question, Representative, is why couldn't they use why couldn't they use semester hours? I'm sorry, contact hours? I apologize. I'm just not understanding.
Okay, there was a specified amount of required in-service training, whereas I don't believe we specify it here.
The requirement is for 3 semester hours of approved study or in-service training designed to improve the performance. And 3 semester hours would be essentially 45 contact hours. They're equivalent.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, moving to the next question. And whoop, moving kind of quickly on me. So, okay, Ms. Risler, if I go to your pointer, we're on the question page, okay, 5, certified education. Why doesn't this include in-service training? Any comment, question about that? Ms. Swarter?
If you're referring to the emergency ed tech, it does require, no, okay, never mind.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next question. And that will be corrected. So then we'll move to the next question. Being tutored in reading, writing, or math assumes that a person's first language, not English, needs tutoring in those areas. Why does DOE make this assumption?
I think I'll respond to that one. And if I go, let me find my page 16. I think in our discussion moving along, whichever is appropriate. From my perspective, when this was being discussed, it was, if it's not appropriate, the person simply doesn't get it. But in going through these questions, and I really am pleased with the numbers of questions and the good questions that are being asked of us, because it's making us drill down to, let's go back and revisit this. And so the idea that it was, if it's not appropriate, they're not going to get tutoring. But then there's the word in B, we end with and it does say meets the following A, B, and C. So I think personally, I may have missed the point in this, and it's a representative or whoever asked the question. It is a good question. What if it's not needed? And it's one that I've reflected upon. It really wasn't addressed in this manner of what if it's not needed? It was, well, it's not going to happen if it's not needed. So, either Wendy or Deputy Chuda, if you have anything to add, it was there and we didn't really spend enough time with it. An assumption made that shouldn't have been made.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that. It was a comment that I believe was made during the public comment period on the rules, and
you're right.
And I do think that it does really raise an interesting point, and again could get at allowing more folks to access being educators in our community. So thank you for taking another look at that.
All right. Moving next issue, emergency teacher certificate of function shortage identified by Commissioner.
I think the answer is on the next page.
On the next page. Okay. All right. Any further questions about that? All right. And Mr. Shishuda, maybe you could just run through the charts with us very quickly.
Sure. This is a breakdown as requested of the emergency certificates that were issued. First, a total of 375 as of Friday the 11th, and 195 of which we've cross-referenced with our NEO system to show that they have been employed. And then I believe as one of these questions, there were some similar questions indicated kind of regionally, where are these folks, so that you can see where the breakdown is across the state and how they are being utilized. It should be pointed out that sometimes, because it doesn't add up to 195, as you probably know, that there are school units that cross counties. And so for an individual who is working at multiple buildings, perhaps there's a duplicate count across counties. And then continuing on, I know that Representative Dodge had asked some questions, and here's the chart that indicates the numbers of at the grade spans. And then finally within, sorry, Hillary, onto the next chart indicates the certificates and the subjects that have been issued, and then also those that are employed in those areas. And I believe the next chart was also requested specifically where those folks are employed and their economic disadvantage percentage at the school unit. I think that's the last chart.
And Mr. Shuda, the disadvantaged is calculated by free and reduced lunch?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any questions regarding the chart or data that was just presented? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the next question. which is why are there required mentoring or peer support requirements for teachers with emergency certificate? And the response is that is a requirement. And then we go to the next question. What's the maximum score for CLEP? And the response is 80. And we go to the next question is, why is there proposing to lower the minimum score? What's best practice related to this decision? The response is American Council of Education. And then the next question is their standard definition of compelling evidence, and the state board said there is no standard definition of compelling evidence. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Millette.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would just say or pose the question, if there's not a definition, how folks believe that that can be implemented objectively?
Again, I think we discussed this a little bit in an earlier session, and compelling evidence, I am with you on. There is so much subjectivity. I really do hesitate with subjectivity, but we were into a discussion of moral character and what that all meant. And we felt that if we had compelling evidence, at least it brought some more meat to the bone on a person that had or didn't have moral character, and the issuance of certificates or what would cause someone to lose their certificate. So compelling evidence was a term that we felt that entrusting the people that work at the Department of Education in certification in that department, that when they would see compelling evidence, they wouldn't just, wipe it off, shrug it off and say, nothing is required here. Well, there's compelling evidence. Do you have compelling evidence? We felt that there was at least something, Representative Millette. It's not perfect. I fully understand, but it's something that we feel gives us a little bit of direction in again, the cases that hit the paper last fall that really caused a lot of concern for a few of us on the state board, that this was going to at least provide some kind of confidence that we have in our people at the certification department, that they would do something about the issuance or non-issuance or the removal of certificates. And I would gladly call on Wendy. You haven't raised your hand, but Wendy, you were very involved in this conversation as well. Would you like to add anything to what I've said?
I think you summarized it quite well, Fern, but I want Representative Millette to know that we did discuss this quite a bit.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. I think I know as a committee, we've struggled around areas similar to this and the importance of language. So I think what I just would ask is, Mr. Chihuda, if Assistant Attorney General Sarah Forrester has looked at this and says, yeah, this is good language for the department to be utilizing, because honestly, I just think if I want to make sure we're not opening up the department to issues around this particular process that has to be gone through. So if we can just get a nod okay on the AAG, I think that'd be really helpful.
So Assistant Attorney General Sarah Forster did review the document before the state board provisionally adopted. So.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would add that this might be worth a second look, specifically in regards to compelling and how that relates to a number of complaints that are part of the record, as well as not just the number, but also the should I say the level, the severity, is that part of it? And is that left at the superintendent level or the board level or both, please? If that's part of what Ms. Forster should also perhaps weigh in on. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next question is why the change to pre-K instead of K for non-early elementary teachers? What would these educators be doing in the pre-K classes? And the response was the question was unclear. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To hopefully make it clearer, there are a host of endorsements like ESL, music,
Okay.
world language, right? That were all changed from K to pre-K. And so I think we heard in our public hearing concerns about extending these certificates into pre-K rooms. And honestly, I'm not sure why we would, because I can't imagine these folks being in pre-K rooms. So that's my question.
Now I understand what the question is. I really wasn't sure what was meant, and it's for the, because I was focusing on the non-early elementary teachers, and I again, my mistake here. So yes, now I understand. Your music, art, phys ed, and world languages, and all of these different areas. And your comment about what are they doing in the pre-K classroom? What training have they had? Have they had any methods courses, for example, in working with very young children like this? Very good questions. However, from being an educator in the field, our pre-K teachers like to have their kids exposed to music. They do want their kids going to phys ed. And so when you're dealing with very small rural school systems like the one that I was working in, we did have our art and music and phys ed teacher provide for the pre-K classroom, not for any great length of time, but once a week, 20 minutes, 15 minutes that they would be with those students. And this is to provide for those cases, rural areas where they may not have a pre-K to grade 4 school and a pre-K to grade 4 phys ed teacher and all the other subject areas. In a small system like mine, you have one art, one music, one phys ed that does all the way through pre-K to 12. It's not like your bigger systems that have 3, 4, 5, 6 teachers. So this was just to provide. Is it I come back to a comment that the Deputy Commissioner made earlier about our special ed endorsement. And, is it the best case scenario? No, but it's, we look at needs and what we're providing, and you've got to provide kids with services at times. So, so I was a supporter of pre-K, and the state board members, certification higher ed members were supportive of providing for small rural school systems. And again, Wendy or Deputy Commissioner, anything you want to add, please do so.
No, you said it well. It was definitely in a response to the small rural school systems.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. Question about mentoring and peer support program. Any Representative Millette? You're muted.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify why I posed this question. It's because for endorsement 282, the conditional certificate does mention that the conditional certificate must be enrolled in a Maine approved program for mentoring teachers. So I'm glad it's there. I think it's important that I guess my question is, why would it be bad to make sure we say that for all conditional certificates as a way to just reinforce that this is the law and it can cross-reference if we want, but I was encouraged to see this under this certificate and wondered why couldn't we do that for all of our conditional certificates? Thank you.
My recollection is that this came a few years ago from the U.S. Department of Education Special Office of Special Education Review, and it needed to see that there's evidence specifically of support for special educators, and on a conditional certificate, I believe, is the background on why this is specifically called out for in the 282.
So any harm in including it in the others? Just saying, thanks.
Okay, next issue is replacement of praxis with portfolio review. What is the scope of the portfolio review? Any additional comments? Seeing none, move to the next question. Where is the guidance to applicants on how to prepare a portfolio? Okay. Next question, where is the rule language for how portfolio assessment is developed? Any other comments? Seeing none, does the state board consider EdTPA or PAC performance assessments which are valid and reliable and aligned to main positional? Response was no. Going to the next question, page 3, elementary teachers, please explain the thinking of increasing literacy to 9 semester hours and leaving mathematics at 3 hours. And Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right, so in the last iteration from 2019, we did change the minimum from 3 to 6 semester hours. In this iteration, it goes from 3 to 9. And so as somebody who has experienced numerous conversations about the frustration of math literacy, I'm just curious why we didn't go from like 6 semester hours in English language arts literacy and then included another 3 semester hours for mathematics methods, just given how much we know how critical math is as well and how we're really struggling in that area. Thank you.
If I may on that one, again, we certainly see the value of increasing literacy to 9, adding 3 credits, and there would certainly be benefit in the math area as well, because if we look at the scores in the state of Maine in math, what do we often see for math? But it was felt that we needed to make a decision and we chose literacy. If you add more and more, then what happens to how many credits are they going to take in science? How many credits are they going to take in social studies, history, and other subject areas? And so the more requirements you put in, the less electives, the less choices they have. And so we went up 3 in this area because we were also adding diversity and we were adding the psychology requirements. So we were now at 9 credits being required. And so there was great discussion about the impact on science and the other subjects as we increase requirements.
Mr. Chair, if I could add to that, Mr. Chair.
Who is?
It's Wendy. It's Wendy.
Oh, okay. Ms. Alt.
There was a lot of discussion about this, Representative Millett. And in fact, one of your former peers was the loudest voice about this. We're forever mindful of the fact that we have bachelor's degrees in teacher preparation. And so we're mindful that it's a delicate balance when we require more courses and expect students to graduate in 4 years if they're on time for graduation. But this did not go lightly. And in fact, Deputy Chuda could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the commitment is to look at this again when we consider Chapter 114, because we all know where our math scores have gone over the years. And there was a compelling argument made that literacy is across all content areas, but math is top of many of our minds. And so we're hoping when we look at Chapter 114, we can look at this again.
Thank you. I have questions from Representative Dodge and Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add my voice as a teacher to the strengthening of our math requirements and ask, when is Chapter 114 up for review, please? And when will the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee interact with that review of Chapter 114, please? Thank you.
Ms. Alt, are you able to respond to that?
Well, Chapter 114 will be conducted after Chapter 115 is completed.
It is part of our state board strategic plan to do so.
Okay.
And
Representative
we would welcome your input. So sorry, Mr. Chair.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to just clarify that the change went from 3 to 9. So that's an additional 6 credits, not an additional 3 credits. So
I can help to clarify that, Representative. On page 3 of Part 2, in the 020, 2C is completed a minimum of, it said 3 and now says 9 semester hours, which is what you're referencing. If you look at 2D, completed a minimum of 3 semester hours from the following: children's literature, elementary language arts methods, or writing processes was removed. So essentially that was merged into C, making it 6. So there really is net 3 more.
thank you.
You're welcome.
It was a math problem.
Go figure.
All right, we're on to the next question regarding middle level teacher. What is range possible scores on the ACTFL oral and written assessment? Why did the board lower the minimum score? There is the response. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the next one about literacy specialist. Representative Millett, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So given that the literacy specialist is typically one that works with other educators, I was just curious as to why instructional coaching practices would not have been a requirement. Thank you.
Representative Brennan, may I respond to that?
Yes.
It was simply that it never came up, is how I recall it. And I would welcome either the deputy commissioner or Wendy to add, but no one ever brought up that, that consideration. And so that's why it's not there.
I'd like to take credit for that thought, but I'm pretty sure that I read it somewhere in the comments. So,
well, it could be an omission on our part. That very well could be that we didn't focus on that. Well, this is now you're going to make me go back and really look. at the comments. Okay,
Just to maybe,
point well taken.
just to add to the conversation, in the function of this certificate, 1.13 certificate 092 function really addresses specifically students, and I hear what you're saying with, which is that they're often literacy coaches that work in schools. I think it's just a reflection of the function that's described here in the rule, which is legacy language. That really is the way it looks, is it's working with students specifically. So I think that's why it wasn't addressed.
Okay, we're on to early childhood teacher. Any question there? The answer is no. We're on to the next question.
Sorry.
Representative Millette.
Yeah, just really quickly, I just, because I think this is part of our conversation as a committee and a chance to share with the department and the Board of Education. You know, we are in a process of expanding public pre-K, and I think we really want to make sure that we have a pathway accessible to our early childhood educators that have been working through the main roads to quality and have been making their investments into improving their skill set. So I understand that this wasn't really discussed or proposed, but please find a way to have this conversation, because there's some really great people out there that we would love to make this pathway accessible to. Thank you.
All right. We're I believe, Ms. Risler, we're down to early childhood teacher. Seeing no questions, school health and physical education.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
You know, we are trying to move through this as quickly as possible, so.
Well, this is chapter 115, so there is no such thing as quick in chapter 115. But I do want to raise for the committee's consideration that we do actually try to broaden the setting for student teaching, or not broaden, but just make sure that we're clear that it's not just public pre-K, but that you know, birth to age 5 settings that have, you know, so here's what I'm going to throw out for everyone's consideration. Birth to age 5 settings that have been licensed by Maine DHHS and have a minimum star rating of 3. Because again, I think it's important that we try to bring in our early childhood educators that are already experienced and would have interest working in this particular endorsement. So thank you for allowing me the time to propose.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next issue, which is school health, physical education.
I have a question on that one, Representative.
Senator Rafferty.
Thank you. I'm just looking at it real quickly. Just, I think of the question is asked and about the word school coming before health. And it said it could be, I think it really should be, only in that I think of school health, especially maybe in today's world, I guess. But we're doing a lot in terms of protecting school personnel and school students. So when I think of school health, that's what I think of, the building, the air quality and all that. So but I look at health and physical education as standalone subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And all right, moving on to the next question. Teacher of children with disability. We're training for teachers of children with disability, provide them with skills necessary to teach large grade span from pre-K to 12, and how is it different from teachers of children without disabilities? And Mr. Shuda, did you want to summarize that answer?
I first want to give credit to our Director of Special Services, Aaron Frazier, for providing the response to support the state board and the department in this. So essentially, in her research that she has done, and I heard some follow-up information from her this morning, actually, where she reached out to at least the other states locally in the Northeast around the certification spans as well, which would be the same idea that there would be an early as well as a broader span as it's being proposed here. It appears, from my understanding through this description, that the preparation is, again, through the university system, is less on particular grade spans and more about student need and developmental stages. So I'm not sure if this part had been included, but there was even examples of 2 different courses and the different levels, and actually the content being very similar. So I guess I'll stop there. There's quite a bit of information that Aaron provided for us.
Okay. All right.
The next question there, Representative, regarding the pre-K to 12 endorsement is what I just referenced that I received this morning, actually, that in New England states, there would be the 2 grade spans as being proposed in this rule.
Okay. Okay. So now we're to please provide some precise links to the endorsements. Is that what you're referring to, Mr. Chahuda?
So this is
this is about secondary career and technical education. Okay.
This is CTE.
Okay, so that's CET. So there's the current list. Okay. And then we have where's a list of related services in Chapter 101 that informs whether candidate qualifies for certification. And that's on 126. Okay. And why would a social worker qualify and not a psychologist? Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The response was unclear about the question, so I'm simply responding to that. There was a comment made about somebody who had a degree in psychology, who was seeking to be an assistant administrator of special education. And I'm just I'm struggling to understand why somebody with that kind of background and his experience would not qualify when a social worker would.
It's hard for me to answer at this point I didn't realize that this was coming from a comment. So it would, even if I did have that specifics at this point, it'd be hard for me to answer why a particular applicant was denied certification. We'd have to go back to see what the circumstance was on this one, but I believe I'd have to double check in Chapter 101. I didn't realize these 2 questions were connected, but if psychological services are considered a related services field, why that wouldn't have been permissible. But unfortunately, I just don't have the details for that individual applicant.
So okay, and let's just follow that thread just a little bit. So if social work services were within that, why wouldn't a psychologist qualify for that?
Again, I don't know.
Right.
Because
so I mean, again, here's an instance where somebody was interested and wanted to be in our schools, and yet because of the way this has been designed, couldn't get in. So I do want to take out the personal part of it. My question really is around what's informing this decision, and how how can we make it more sensical? Thank
Yeah,
you.
so from face value, if social work and psychological work were both a related service, that to me would indicate that that would be applicable to this. Perhaps it was another requirement that wasn't met that's unrelated. I'm not sure what the particular was, but if social work and psychologist work are identified in Chapter 101 as related services, then they should qualify.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair, but I do want to follow up on this. So we're talking about an assistant administrator for special education. Let's say that psychological services are not related services, but yet this person, so we're defining somebody's qualification by services that are being provided to these children. Seems strange to me, when perhaps within that individual's background, there's substantial special education knowledge, and you have a degree in psychology. Why would we prevent them from being an assistant administrator just because it's not a related service? So if you would take a look at it, and maybe we can try to think about this a little bit more broadly. Thank you.
Okay. We've concluded the questions that had been submitted. I really want to thank the department, the state board, for being here, Ms. Desjardins and Mr. Chuda and Ms. Alt. Thank you very much. And obviously, this discussion and the questions reflect the hard work that you've put into this over the years. And we really appreciate your being here. And please don't leave yet, because we're not quite at the conclusion. But at this point, I want to turn, Mr. Murphy, did you have?
We do have a hand raised in the attendees list from Kathy Yardley of the Humane System. I'm not sure if it's in reference to one of the final questions that was discussed. If you would like me to bring her in.
I'm not sure what did she want to speak to?
I am not sure, Representative, simply that her hand is raised currently.
Okay. Well, okay, we'll bring her on very quickly. And
thank you so much for bringing me in, and I will just take a moment. I just wanted to voice one concern that did not come up today, and I just didn't want it to get lost with the special ed pre-K to 12 conversation, and that was taking a look at the 282 birth to 5 requirements, because working with young children birth to age 5 is very different than preparing to work from pre-K to age 12, grade 12. So I just wanted to bring that up because I would hope that might get revisited, because there's nothing in preparation about early intervention working with birth to through age 2 or our younger preschool age children. And that's such a critical time to understand development and appropriate practice for those young children, which may help them grow and develop in a way that they do not need as many or any services once they enter the public schools. So, I'm sorry, I'm just passionate about young children and the field of early education. And so I just wanted to make sure that did not get lost in that conversation about the pre-K to 12. So thank you very much.
thank you. So at this point, we've been almost 2 hours at this and the discussion, and I'm assuming that the committee would welcome a break at this point. And Senator Rafferty, would you agree that we should take a half hour and come back at 1:30? Okay.
I agree. Thank you.
So we will be back at 1:30, and it's just about 1 o'clock at this point, so that'll give us just about a half hour. So we'll see everybody at 1:30.
As always, please remember to turn your cameras off and mute yourselves. Thank you.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. It's Wendy.
Wendy,
How are you? I'm eating. Are you?
it's not a, you
you-
want to ask me that now?
No, I can, it seems like you might be eating. I'm not sure, but, so what, can you just tell me your intention? Like, what are you thinking for timeline?
Well, I want to get it done today.
Oh, you do? All right. I'm sorry if I missed that.
And that's, we got too many other things coming up.
I can only
between the
imagine.
We got
Yeah.
the
All
budget,
right.
we got CDS, and we
Well,
got
you're
other
in the,
things.
you're in the
So,
driver's seat. You're in the driver's seat. I'm just
Well-
along for the ride now.
All right.
I'll
I'll
follow
talk
your
to you
lead.
soon.
I'm taking Kobe's
All right,
note.
I gotta
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, let's see who we have here. Hello to everybody. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I notice, I understand some people have some time constraints, and we do want to get this done today. So we'll get started at this point. And welcome back to the Education Committee, and welcome back to everybody else. We have had a long morning, and what I've asked at this point is if Ms. Risler would be able to summarize for us the issues that have been identified both at the public hearing and at the work session.
All right, so I tried to very quickly just put together a list of sort of what were still the outstanding issues for discussion, and I apologize in advance if I did forget anything, but feel free to let me know and I will add it. But I will start with sort of the 3 potential amendments that I heard during discussion that I think were relatively non-controversial or don't need further discussion. The first was at the very beginning of the work session, the discussion about adding that cross-reference to Chapter 114 regarding the portfolio review. The second was on the school health and phys ed, removing the word school, so it would just be the health and phys ed endorsement. And then the third was just there was that formatting issue. And as I know from any time using track changes, if there's one, you're going to find more. So just a little language that they can fix any formatting, technical, non-substantive as they finally adopt the rule and or with any of the changes that come in. So those were the 3 I have on my list that we don't need further discussion on unless there are questions. Still outstanding from my list, both from sort of this morning as well as from the discussions at the public hearing, are the GPA language regarding the 3.0 and whether that exactly matches statute or not. That I had flagged for further discussion. I had flagged further discussion on the middle level, the elimination of grade 7 and 8 in the grade span. The birth to 5 requirements that we just touched on the end, as well as the student teaching settings. Representative Millett had proposed some additional language there. I realized I had one question that I wasn't sure if we were settled on, which was the term compelling evidence. As I know that Deputy Commissioner Chuda mentioned that Sarah Forster, the AAG Sarah Forster had reviewed that when she reviewed the full rule prior to provisional adoption. And then the last was one that University of Maine system had brought up, but that we hadn't discussed, which was a request to include some language about not requiring them to immediately update their course sequences when the revised rule ultimately goes into effect, but that the courses could be considered as part of future program reapproval. And I would leave them to speak about that more because I am not super familiar with that. If there's anything I left off the list, let me know and I can jot it down.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we just maybe focus on like the part 1 of chapter 115 and get through that and then move on to part 2 rather than going all over the place, because I get really turned around and lost. And I actually think part 1 is going to be quicker. Would that be okay? Because there's one issue in part 1 that I do want us to talk about. And that is the inclusion of new language related to the emergency ed tech being inserted into standard ed tech requirements.
Okay, so Ms. Whistler, if you could get us to section 1 and the issues are identified in that section.
I do not have it broken down because I think some were general questions. So I will look to probably the state board and Deputy Commissioner Chuda to help me identify which of these were in part 1, if they don't mind. So it sounds like the emergency ed tech is part 1.
Yeah, just so we're clear, I think I'm the only one who really, well, outside the whole discussion around emergency teacher certification. The only other issue, the issues that I raised were answered, like the 45 contact hours, et cetera, and the compelling evidence, all of that. The one that really remains outstanding for me is on page 14, eligibility, subparagraph B and C, where there's new language inserted that basically is the program we're using for emergency certifications into standard certifications. And I'm struggling with that. Maybe, Mr. Chair, if I may just pose a question.
That would be more helpful.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess what I need to understand is in comparison to the existing language of 60 credits of approved study, how does that contrast with the main program approved for targeting essential skills and knowledge for performing permitted responsibilities?
Sharon Desjardins, would you prefer to respond or would you prefer that I?
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Representative Brennan.
Well, no, I was going to just ask one of you to respond.
Deputy Commissioner Chuda would have additional information for us. We were okay with moving that language into B and C. What's in D also be included in B and C. I now see a concern for it, which wasn't at the committee level. Because what does that really mean when you move that emergency language? That the intent was for emergency purposes, and now it's or the 90 credits or this, and I guess I'm beginning to have concerns based on what I've on Representative Millett raising the issue. So I guess I'm not in a good position to respond to this anymore, and so I would ask either Wendy or Deputy Commissioner Chuda to go back to conversations that we had when we felt that this was okay to let it slide in B and C.
Sure. So though the language is identical, which may be part of the concern for B, C, and D, I think the key is that it is a program approved for targeting essential skills and knowledge for that particular certificate. So in other words, a program approved for targeting essential skills and knowledge for an Ed Tech 2 would look different than a program designed for an Ed Tech 3 or program designed for emergency Ed Tech. Though I will admit that there will be some similarities between the 3 and the emergency because their permitted responsibilities are the same. So even though the language is the same in each one of those, essentially the purpose of this language was to provide another pathway, if you will. I'm not sure what word would help with the meaning, but as an alternative to having just 60 credits of approved study and a related rather than going in that direction, the individual could successfully complete a program specifically designed for EdTech 2s, as an example.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up to that. How long does it take to get 60 credits of approved study? Roughly?
It depends on how many you take at a time, I guess, whether you're matriculated.
Let's say you were a full-time student.
Would take 2 years.
2 years. And how long is the current main program approved for targeting essential skills and knowledge and performing permitted responsibilities for the emergency ed tech?
Perhaps Dr. Sorger could clarify, because I don't have the precise timing that it will take.
There's two pieces to this, so there's not a precise time, but I will get you a copy of the program design. So there's a standard course piece, and then there's the applied learning piece. So it could be as much as a year for the applied learning piece, because the student is doing both at the same time. Whereas in the traditional model, the student comes with all of the credits beforehand and then is employed as an ed tech. This alternative pathway puts them into more of a learn and earn kind of environment, where they are in a boot camp to begin with that has a very specific traditional course component to it. And then after the boot camp, they continue with academic studies and almost like a student teaching an applied experience where they're actually working as an ed tech, and the two are connected. So what they're doing, they reflect in their learning and vice versa. So there's a real close interrelationship between the two. And I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how long that practicum period is, but I'll find it for you.
Okay. The next issue.
This is the one for me. Everything else has been resolved by the department and the State Board of Education. And I'm still really stuck because we don't have a lot of information about these programs, and there's no standards by which they're being, there's nothing we can point to by minimum time or minimum practicum or minimum learning. And so we're being asked to approve something that we don't know what it is.
Ms. Sorter, did you have an additional comment?
Yes, I wanted to reflect back on what was the conversation with Representative Dodge earlier. There was a 20-page assessment of the program submitted to DOE, and I will have Becky make sure that the committee gets a copy of that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Millette.
Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of put a finer point on it. So, there's one thing, but it's an emergency, right? Where you say, okay, we're willing to kind of be a little more flexible, but then we're starting to embed this new pathway into non-emergency certifications. So that's where I'm going off the rails. So I guess what I would ask is for the committee to consider leaving the emergency education technician language as is, because that does reflect state law. But to put a pause on inserting it into the EdTech 2 and EdTech 3 regular certification until we have more information from the Maine Community College system and the Department of Education, how this program works, what the length of time is, how, et cetera. So I just think like these rules are just a little bit out ahead of where we are. And so I guess I would ask to move out those two particular sections of language. Thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Ritzler, what are still the outstanding issues that we have?
The one I had was clarification on the GPA language of 3.0, although perhaps people are comfortable with that now, I'm not sure. If there wanted to be further discussion on the middle level grade span endorsement, the birth to 5 requirements in student teaching settings, and then the question from the University of Maine system about requiring the automatic course sequencing for when this rule goes into effect.
Okay. So I know Representative Dodge and Representative Millette had raised the issue about the clarification about the 3.0. Is there language that you had proposed, or is this something that we believe that the state board can clarify with additional rulemaking? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would like to ask again for a better understanding of what is gained by using required for certification versus what is in statute, and that is coursework. Why was it changed from coursework to certification?
I believe that language was used just to clarify that it was the coursework on a transcript. There could be this, I think this is where this is going, I'm recalling. When a transcript comes in, there's lots of coursework, right? If you have your bachelor's degree, there's lots of coursework. Not all of those courses are required for the certification. So the intent of this language was to say that it was only the courses outlined in Pathway 2 that would be included in the whether or not the individual has met the 3.0. So you may have taken basket weaving 101, and that wasn't a requirement for the certification. That basket weaving course wouldn't be included as part of the calculation to see if the candidate had a 3.0 in the courses required for the certification.
Thank you. That helps me understand.
So, Ms. Ritzler, as I understand, we're left with 3 issues, and maybe we can make one fairly quick. We did have a request by the university about the language. I would ask either Mrs. Shahuda or Ms. Jarzen if it's problematic to include that in the final rules.
For the state board, it's not problematic for us. If it's
Okay.
allowed through, if we're not breaking the law or the resolve, or, I don't know all the details of the legalities of all of this. So I guess our analyst is the one that can, if it's not a legal problem, very much okay with it.
Okay. Ms. Ritzler, I'm assuming that there's not.
So I guess now it's my turn to ask a question. Is this in response to the course sequencing?
Yes.
What I would say is, I don't think there's anything in this rule or anything in statute that's requiring anything of the University of Maine system to do anything affirmatively because of this rule. And I think, in fact, it has been past practice that the department hasn't really gone after or pressured the University of Maine system to update their rules. I have a little bit of a question of how exactly that could be incorporated into this rule, because it's almost like in a direction to the University of Maine system. So that would be my concern from a drafting perspective. But if there is a...
So would you at this point say that you don't believe it's necessary and that it shouldn't affect the university if the rule were to go forward, it would not affect the university in terms of course sequencing?
I can't say definitively because I don't know enough about how that process works.
Okay.
I know clearly
So
the university main system is interested in having some language to this effect, and so that's why I'm sort of hesitant to say, oh, it's not necessary.
okay. So Mr. Murphy, do we have Samantha Warren with us?
Dean Yardley is on with us, I believe.
We did before. She is not here. I can reach out to her and see if
Okay.
she will rejoin.
We do have Miss Yardley with us, so maybe we can call upon her at this point. If you'd let her in. Welcome again. Are you familiar with the language that the university had suggested that we include in the rules?
Is that language that was in one of the, was it a statute, or I'm just trying to think that if you were a preparation program that it would occur during your next cycle, is that what you're referencing?
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Could you speak to why you think that's necessary to have that language in the rule?
I think there's just wants to be clarity for the university, and not just the university system, but for any of the EPPs to know when it would be expected that when students would be applying for certification, that it would be, because some of them will be in between, right? That they would be all set to be certified. So I think it's just wanting some kind of guarantee in terms of students who, so if this rule goes into effect this summer, students who are first year students currently should be all set to be able to be certified under the catalog through which they came. And so I think it's just making sure it's very clear. And all of us are also on different pathways in terms of when we are going to be reviewed again. So for example, Farmington's going to be reviewed in 2024, but the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine just came up for review. And so we can certainly have it in the catalog and move forward, but not all of our students will have completed the new requirements by the time our review happens in 2024. So I think it would be just very helpful to know that students wouldn't be penalized by the time they start.
Thank you. And Ms. Risler.
Yes, so based on that clarification, I think there's a couple thoughts I have. One is what I mentioned earlier is the provision in statute that sort of has that protection for students who are currently in the pipeline, and that's already in statute. The other thing I wanted to bring up is last year when LD 1189 was passed, there was also some concern about, well, what if that provision in statute is going to keep students who actually would rather apply under these new rules from being able to do so. And so when LD 1189 was passed, the committee included a section on sort of the applicability of the rule. And that basically said that students, who are in that sort of that pipeline could either be certified under the rules that were in place prior or under the rules that are in place now. So I don't know if those two things, when you look at them together, perhaps address this issue. And do so without necessarily needing something in the rules themselves.
So, Ms. Risler, when you raised the question, were you looking for somebody to answer that question?
The question for me is what would the committee like to do? Is the committee concerned about this being an issue and want to find a way to include something, or does the committee feel like between those things that have been referenced that there's enough confidence that this isn't a problem that needs additional language at this time?
Well, I guess I would say I recognize the concern that Ms. Yardley has. I heard what you just said, and I need you, I'd like you to tell me that given what the two pieces of legislation that you cited, that you think that addresses the concerns that the university had.
I can't speak for the
You're not quite there.
university.
Okay, all right. Representative Millette.
I see that Dean Yardley took herself off mute, so why don't we go ahead and ask her that question, and then I would like to, then I'll comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, it's hard to speak for everybody. I think what we want to make sure is that students who are in approved programs continue to be in approved programs. And so they don't go through transcript analysis anyway. And so if all of our students continue to be covered and it's seamless, and that we just guarantee that when we are going through program approval, that we have begun to put it in our catalogs, that this is the change, that we have moved forward with our programs, then I think we would be very comfortable with that. Would that be something that language could go into effect there, that approved programs would not be harmed in any way by the transition, and that our students could not be affected in any way?
I would be very hesitant to put any language that they wouldn't be affected in any way, but I could certainly work with you as well as Deputy Commissioner Truda and the State Board of Education about some language in the resolve itself that instructs the Department of Education to ensure a smooth transition with the approved programs of the University of Maine system, or something to that effect.
I'm also trying to verify whether this safeguard, if you want to call it such, already exists in chapter 114, which is probably the more appropriate place for this, because that talks about program approval when there are changes to 115. So I'm on the fly trying to verify that for you to see if that already exists in 114, and it might be addressed in that way, but I'll let you know.
So at this point, Ms. Risler, what I guess I'd say is you understand the intent of the committee, and you will work with the appropriate parties to make sure that we have the appropriate language.
Yes, I think so. And if the
Okay.
committee would give me permission to work on that, we can, if language is necessary, we will craft it. And if it's not, we can come back with that answer.
Okay, great. So the remaining two issues we have are special education, early childhood education for special education. Ms. Risler, is that,
Yes, I had flagged for further discussion, conversation around these birth to 5 requirements, as well as there had been suggested language about student teaching placements for the early childhood.
Okay. Any comments from committee members about that? Or are there any comments from the state board? And I think Ms. Yardley, you already commented on this. Is that correct? And could you just reiterate again some more specific language or direction that you think we should take?
Sure, thank you very much. What I would hope is that we could consider a different set of requirements for the birth to 5 special education that would be more apt to reflect the needs of an early educator. And right now, the required courses for a special educator in the pre-K to 12 are very vague in what they outline. And so there's no reference to early childhood or early intervention. And I think that's really, it's a very critical difference in terms of approach and the knowledge base and the research that supports best practices with very young children and their families. And so in the last iteration of chapter 115, there were no required courses, but it's my understanding that when people would go for transcript analysis, that they would look for early education courses. But it seems like there might be a really nice opportunity to define what are those critical courses in order to be an effective early educator at this point in time. But the special education courses as outlined now are not necessarily the most appropriate ones.
Okay, thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur. I have equal concerns with this as well, and would support making sure that we address these issues.
So, Ms. Rissler, again, can you draft language reflecting that intent?
Sure. I have to admit, I just missed a little bit of that because of an email from the clerk, but I can go back and re-listen. And if I get permission from the committee to work with anyone I need to, I will certainly do it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the remaining issue is the middle school certification. And as I understand it, currently people are certified from K to 8. And what this does is change it to K to 6. Or is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the option would be to either continue what we currently have or have some other grade span that we might be recommending. Representative McCray.
Yes, I'm awful sorry that I just joined in, but I've been tied up with other committee stuff. Perhaps Mr. Tuda or someone can, that's been a persistent concern of mine, that those that are K-8 now, when it changes, they will be grandfathered. Yes?
They will be,
Yes.
yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yep, very good. I figured that. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had extensive conversations about this in the 129th. I supported these changes then. I support these changes now. And I believe that we are in receipt of information that shows us the potential pathways for folks who have early elementary education that can go into the middle endorsement. So I would not support any changes to what's been proposed for middle. Thank you.
Okay. I wasn't implying that we should. I was just noting that that was an issue that was raised at the public hearing about the middle school certification. So would anybody else, does anybody else want to address that issue? Yes. Ms. Jardis, did you want to say something about that?
I'm not an ed committee member and I hesitated to put my hand up, but I just feel very strongly about this, as did a few people on the certification higher ed committee that ultimately went with the K-6. It wasn't an easy conversation and there are lots of factors to take into consideration. But I am, we pay MEPRI to do studies for us. And if we go look at the MEPRI studies, that is very supportive of K-6, not K-8. And I know from my own personal experiences as an administrator that K-6, if we're going to look at kids first, this is my, my biased view, but I also feel I'm speaking for the Certification Higher Ed Committee, and Wendy as chair can correct anything that I say that is inaccurate, but we really felt if we're going to look at kids first, that K-6 may, create some issues with administrators wanting to fill positions. Not sure where that's going to go, but everyone's going to get grandfathered in as long as they don't let their certificate lapse. And when people know ahead of time, you're going into a K-6 situation or a 5-8 or a one that will take you all the way to grade 12 situation from then they prepare for it, and we'll have a workforce that's really able to meet content needs of students at the middle level.
Thank you. Does anybody else care to comment on this issue? Seeing none. So at this point, Ms. Rissler, are there any outstanding issues?
Not that I am aware of. Certainly, if I become aware of any, I will bring them to the committee's attention, although I do see Representative Millette has.
All right, well, thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. there is a pretty large change that we haven't really talked about. And it's really a policy decision. So I didn't raise it as a question per se, but rather now raising it for the committee to talk about. And that's the change for teachers of children with disabilities. And originally the text is kindergarten through grade 8 and grade 7 through grade 12. And that's been changed to a pre-K through grade 12. I certainly can't support that pre-K edition. Like that's just I'm really struggling with this. I just have a very hard time believing that somebody who spends day in and day out in the high school with the special education students is going to be bringing the same kind of skills to work with our kindergarten special education students. And so I understand the adult problems that we're having in terms of workforce shortages. I get it. But I'm just not, I believe this was presented to us in the last iteration, and I believe we rejected it. And I'm still not in a place to basically throw our educationally appropriate instruction under the bus because we're struggling to find people. You know, we do have emergency certifications that are allowing districts to temporarily address their issues. But if we give ourselves this out, we're never going to force ourselves to deal with broader issues that's creating this problem. So I would urge us to consider moving out these changes that have been proposed within special education.
Okay. Before we, I tend to agree with you, Representative Millett. You know, going from K through 12 with one endorsement, special ed, given the nature of the population and things, I think there does need to be more careful examination in terms of the training, particularly as you get with younger children. But I would like to hear from Mr. Desjardins or the state board and or the department as to the rationale for the K through 12 endorsement.
You know, as chair, I'll speak first, but I am not the right person to address this because I feel that the kids that are in highest need are not being, when you provide a person that's not certified to work with them, and yet they're the highest need students, it doesn't sit well with me. But I did say early on when I provided testimony that this was about reaching consensus. And so in reaching consensus, I pulled back on the idea of children with disabilities. I remember, you know, when the days that I was an administrator and we had the K-8 special ed certificate and a different endorsement for those teachers working at the high school level, I thought that was appropriate. And it is a stretch to say that they're going to provide for all the way pre-K through grade 12. But I said early on, it's about reaching consensus, and sometimes you pull back. And so I'm gonna have either Wendy or Dan, who have seen, you know, I've had different experiences, and to be able to speak on this and make a good point, because I hate to say I cannot make good points to really support this, because I reached consensus. It's what it's about. So Wendy or Deputy Commissioner Trudeau.
So Mr. Shahuda or Ms. Alt, did you have any comments on this either?
I'll defer to Dan. I
Okay.
feel
All
very
right.
similarly to Fern.
I don't have much to add other than what's already in our response document. And I think the strongest case that was made through this explanation is that particularly with special education. I mean, we could be talking about art too, right? Because art's another certificate that spans the grades, but particularly with special education, these educators are trained to address the specific needs of a student, which in many cases, the grade level is somewhat irrelevant at that point.
Mhm.
You could have a high school student with specific needs, and a teacher needs to be trained and prepared to be very supportive of that student. So in my mind, this certificate in particular, I think has less to do with what grade levels are attached to it and more about the needs of the student, which may be ironically the same argument that you are making for a need to divide up the certificate. But the greater flexibility I think that our school units have to be able to provide educators with a training in special education, and less about the grade level and more about what those students' needs, I think is the goal of this.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for coming into this in the middle, but just something that Mr. Schuter just said just kind of forced me to raise my hand. My wife's been a 21-year elementary school special ed instructor. She would tell you making the jump from kindergarten to 5th grade, the skill sets and things that are necessary to address those age levels are dramatically different. And so to suggest that in special ed, it's more about the grade levels than it is about the age and the size and the just growth, maturity of each of these young people is, I don't think it's real. In special ed, you know, we need a clear distinction because the skill sets that are needed, I believe, change dramatically.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this issue? Seeing none, I will again go to Ms. Risler and ask, so everything we identified on your list has been addressed. Representative Millette did raise this last issue. So at this point, just to move the discussion along, I would be looking for a motion and that the motion would include the issues that we just identified. Representative Millette.
I would move ought to pass as amended.
Yep.
With all of the changes that we discussed that Ms. Risler has dutifully noted.
Great. Okay, Representative Dodge.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And now I see Senator Woodson has his hand raised, and I'll get to you in 1 second, but Ms. Risler wanted to mention something, so we'll do that.
I wanted to ask on this last issue whether there was an amendment or not.
I believe so.
And would that be to leave the grade spans as they currently are and not change it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Representative Dodge, did you just didn't put your hand down, or did you have a question? Because, well, anyway, Senator Woodson. And now, obviously, it's time for committee discussion. We have a motion on the table. It's been moved in second, and now we'll have committee discussion. Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you. I just received a couple of texts asking concerning the birth to, what was it, pre-K? The question is this including birth children, age children? Is this something new the department is moving into, or has this been a part of the program in the past?
Senator Woodson, the existing grade spans today are birth to 5, K through 8, 7 through 12. So birth to 5 exists today.
Okay, and how long has that been in existence? Do you know?
Before I was born. No, I don't know. I'm not before my birth. I don't know. I could
Okay.
find out for you, but I'm not sure.
Okay, very good. Well, the question was asked and I just needed to bring it up. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Risler.
I don't have clarity on the final landing place on the emergency ed tech certificate, removing the new language from the ed tech 2 and ed tech 3. Is that part of the amendment to remove that language? Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, is there further committee discussion? Seeing none. Thank you. It's been moved by Representative Millette, seconded by Representative Dodge. I'm assuming this ought to pass on LD 1933 with the amendments that have been outlined, and the committee will also have a chance to look at the bill once it's been drafted by Ms. Risler during language review. And Mr. Shahuda, did you have a comment or a question or?
Yep, I just had a clarifying question. So back to the comments that Dean Yardley was making about the specific requirements for the B to 5. I just wanted clarity from the committee on if you're moving in a direction of reinstating the other grade spans, would there necessarily be different requirements for each grade span, or would there be just specified requirements for the B to 5? I just wanted to be clear on that.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From my perspective, it's the specific requirements for B to 5.
Yep.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Great. Okay, any further discussions, comments? Seeing none, I will ask Mr. Murphy to call the roll.
A vote of ought to pass as amended for LD 1933, Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodsum. Senator Woodsum, I believe you are muted.
Yeah, because I'm stumbling with an answer. Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yeah, I too am struggling, but yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach. Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury.
Sorry, did you not hear me? Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson. Representative Sampson is absent. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. On a count of 11 yes and 2 absent, the motion carries.
Thank you. And I just to make a statement about the obvious, this was a difficult day and difficult process to go through. I certainly appreciate the patience of the committee and the commitment to kind of work through this. Certification stuff is always difficult. And we just by going through this process, there are a couple of statutory changes that I think one of us will have to bring next year that we can't address through this rulemaking process, but has been identified as potentially problematic. And so we'll continue to have the discussion. But I do want to thank the state board. I can't imagine how much time and effort you've put into this. And we deeply appreciate the work that you've done. Deputy Commissioner Chahuda, thank you very much for all the work that you've, I know this has taken at least a year off your life to have gone through this whole process. And J.C. Holmes, thank you very much as well. And we appreciate the participation from all the people that were part of the public hearing. But again, I just want to thank the committee for your patience and work on this. I know it's hard to get all through of it, but this is a big step. I think in the certification process, I think we've done a lot of good things in it, and I am glad that we're able to move forward. And the good news is that next week we have a number of other challenging issues before us as well. So I hope everybody enjoys the holiday weekend, and that we'll be prepared next week to go forward. Any final comments or thoughts before we adjourn for the day? Mr. Murphy.
If I could just ask Representative Crockett to stay for a single vote.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Representative McCray. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, I think, I'll stay on in case you need me also.
Okay.
I believe I am all set on your votes. We had 2 votes today, and it looks like you were present for both of them.
All right. Then we will see everybody.
Thank you very much.
We will see everybody next Tuesday. And thank you very much.
Have a good weekend.
All right, Representative Crockett,
where
first,
did we end up on that one? I thought I was going to get it in before I had to go.
we ended up, it was a unanimous vote of ought to pass as amended. The
amendment.
I would say you have to talk to Hillary about the specifics of the amendment. I think there's some conversations, there's some requests for reporting back and some other things like that.
Did they end up changing the name from Cumberland County to Maine?
They did not. That is their, Dean Softly spoke about how there's current working within the humane system on that process, and
that's when I
whole
had to sign off, but that she was bringing up that concern, and so but we were able to get around that, which is good. Okay, well, I am I don't want to break the unanimous run there, so I am yes as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, so you have a great long weekend.
You as well.
All right.